Holy shit, I can't say anything! Wait, no, I wasn't actually supposed to not see anything. I can't see anything either way! There, oh my god! I always gotta forget about that, every time. Holy shit. Welcome to the stream, everybody! Hope you're having a nice night, thank you for coming by, welcome on in. It's me, your beloved. Maybe Han, I don't know. Am I the beloved? I can't tell anymore. You guys are getting more popular than I am. My own chat is beating me out in popularity. How does that make me feel as a streamer? Am I the beloved one anymore? Where's my usage? I should just open up the stream and leave you guys to talk to each other, honestly, at this point. I might as well just let chat communicate with chat. Oh, wait, you motherfuckers have social anxiety. That's why I'm the streamer. One of these days, you fucking little freaks need to actually talk to each other. I swear to God. One of these goddamn days, you guys really will need to talk to each other. This is gonna become a problem when you're older. I'm just gonna say it right now. I'm gonna outright state it. You're gonna need to be able to talk to other people when you're older. You can't live your life just ignoring each other. You all live in the same cage. Eventually, you're gonna have to speak up. One day. One of these days, Chad. One of these fucking days. Don't call me out like that. Welcome to the stream, everyone. Hope you're having a nice night. Happy Friday. Welcome to Porcelain Radio. Now, as soon as I get into the mansion, we're going to get started, and I'm going to talk a lot more quieter and a lot more relaxed, not only for my voice's sake, but that's just how Porcelain Radio is. So for now, I'm going to talk like I normally do on stream. And then we're going to get started, and we're going to basically be reading grim fairy tales today. Now, if you don't know anything about Porcelain Radio is when I talk normally on stream in a relaxing voice, and we just relax and hang out. Mods are going to start shooting you guys if you keep talking about the cage. Shut the fuck up. You will get banned. Do you want to get timed out for 600? Look, my mods have already shot like 7 people. Guys, shut the fuck up. Do you want to be timed out for like 7 minutes? Do you want to? Why are you continuing? Did you not see the wall of other people getting shot down and you're like, nah, not me. I'm built different. They're not gonna shoot me down. I'm built, they're not gonna, not me. Not me though. Yo, L for you to get banned like that. L for you to get timed out. Not me though. I wouldn't get timed out. Mods wouldn't do that to me. Do you not realize the difference? There's no difference. What the fuck? Anyways, like I was saying, Jesus Christ, dude. The immediate 7 people that got timed out is fucking ridiculous. What the fuck? Nah, I'd win. Like I was saying, Porcelain Radio is when I will basically talk in my normal voice, not ASMR. It's not like I'm whispering in your ear. I'm not licking the fucking microphone to get your tingles off. You know what I mean? It's gonna be talking quietly in a relaxing voice, like how I did at the end of that truck sim stream. And I'll be reading grim fairy tale. What do you mean? Oh man, what? Mods, crush that man's balls. I'll be reading grim fairy tales today, which are notoriously the worst fairy tales known to mankind. We have a big book full of them, the complete fairy tale edition by the Brothers Grimm. We have around, I think, 100 different stories. Now, I'm not going to read all of them. Sorry, never mind. I have 201 stories to choose from. And you'll find out why I think of these as the worst stories and fairy tales ever in existence. They are bad, and not in the way of gore. They're bad as in, why the fuck is everyone stupid in these stories? And you're gonna find out when I get angry continuously at every dumb motherfucker in here. But yeah, that's Porcelain Radio. Welcome to the stream. Big love. Don't be shy. Feel free to say hi. And as soon as you say hi, we can get started. Did you tweet that we can make merch of you to sell at cons? Yes. What? Why would you ask that if you already know that it was an exact tweet? Yeah, it's allowed. My only rule is that I get free versions of whatever you make of me. I also get your mother's phone number personally. So if you're an artist and you make merch of me, you have to give me freebies of the merch and your mother's phone number. Deal? Deal. Sick. Good shit. Good shit. God, you guys can hear how thick this fucking book is. Listen to the sound of the fucking pages turning. Yo, librarians are gonna get fucking turned on by this. Okay, well, it didn't really turn. It kind of just plapped. This is awkward. Hold on. How was that? Are there any librarians wet right now? Okay, I may not be the best at turning pages. I'll be real with you. Hold on. No, I can do this better. I can do this better. Give me a second. My mom is a librarian? I know. Who do you think got me this book, honey? Jesus Christ. Okay, maybe I'm not the best with the books, but you get the idea. We're going to be reading an actual book today, and it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm going to put on a fire sound effect. I'm going to put on, like, not whispers. That'd be schizophrenia. We're going to put on a fire sound effect and maybe some rain, and it's basically going to be a chillaxing day. We're just going to be reading all day. It's still going to be funny. Don't worry about that. It's still entertainment. While I will be reading these, I'll also be pointing out the absurdities in every story and calling them stupid. It's kind of like a React Andy stream, except I'm reading instead of watching a YouTube video. So you can consider it that, but a little bit more relaxing on that home front. But if you're not interested in this at all, you don't want to hear, not whispers, you don't want to hear a relaxing time. You're here for hype. You're here for content, you know? You're here to get your dick wet. You can come by tomorrow. We're going to be hanging out with Megalodon. I'll be wearing my bikini model, and Meg will be a fish. I don't fucking, whatever she wants to do, I guess. I don't fucking know. Which I also, I actually do need to remind her that we hang out tomorrow, just in case that she forgot. I can never trust fish VTubers. Where is she? Megalodon. Where the fuck is her name? Is this Meg? Why is she a picture of a fucking Lola bunny? What am I looking at? Is that mold? Did she change her profile picture to like mold? Tomorrow. Don't forget. Also, give me PNG or else. There we go. All right. Are you guys ready to get started? I am going to be quiet. I'm going to start as soon as we get into the mansion. We're going to get into it. Is anyone else forgetting anything? Any other questions that require me to scream at you in anger? Or are we good? Show feet, die. Thank you for the 81 months. Did we say hi? Did you guys say hi? Where are my highs? Did we say hi? We did, right? I'm not crazy. Are there going to be snacks? You can get snacks if you want. I don't have any. I actually have like nothing in my house right now. I'm running out of yogurt. I only have vanilla right now, and I don't have cereal anymore, so my yogurt's just by itself. And I'm really sad about that. All right, well, we got a raid. Hold on, we can start with this. Spylight, thank you for the raid. Welcome to the stream, Raiders. Hope you're having a nice night. Thank you for coming by. My name is PorcelainMaid. I used to be a sexy sack of mountain meat before I died and my soul got trapped inside the body of a sexier female doll. He and pronouns, but if you're still confused about pronouns of the 21st century, you can think of me as a bisexual's wet dream. Sexy male voice trapped inside of a sexier female doll. I give you a courtesy out of courtesy because I'm elegant as fuck like that. And Raiders, did you know if you follow the stream, you can gain 3 extra inches to your dick size? That's right, your dick will go from here to here. We're about to start reading Grimm's complete fairy tales in a more relaxing voice, and we're gonna get started with the stream. Thank you for coming by. Welcome on in, and let's get into it. Are you guys ready? Is everyone ready? If so, I should probably sit down. Fucking, god damn it, hold on. Where's my duct tape? Hold on. My stupid motherfucking standing desk. The hydraulics for my standing desk, the screw broke, so I have to tape it onto my desk. Motherfucker. Wait. Boyfriend ASMR. Boyfriend kidnaps you. duct tapes your mouth just so he can read really shitty fairy tales to you. You're just gonna sit right there, okay? I just need you to be quiet for a second so I can, you know, focus my mind on how the great Walt Disney brothers were able to think of this beautiful story. These grim bastards stealing Walt Disney's property. How dare they pretend that they were the original stories when everyone knows that Disney made every single good story known to mankind? How dare they? If I wasn't here kidnapping you to read you these stories, I'd be sucking off Walt Disney's fucking flaccid cock at the moment. Never question them ever again. All right, let's get started, homies. Let's get started. That escalated so quickly. Anytime I can take a pot shot at Disney fans, I will. All right. Are you guys ready for chill time? Basically, I'm going to talk really normally for the rest of the stream, and we're going to read Grim Fairy Tales, and I'm going to occasionally get really angry because Grim Fairy Tales are fucking stupid, and so is Walt Disney. All right. Yeah, Disney fans be like, hold on. Give me a little bit of that fucking cremation dust. Like, I can still suck them off. Open up the pot. Open up the cremation jar. I can still suck off Walt Disney. That's what a Disney fan is like. Okay. All right. All right. Before I go even further, let's get on with our shit. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Did he start reading already? What an odd book. Okay. Let me put the disclaimer up. Is it this text? It is. There we go. Super loud ASMR is wild. There's the disclaimer. I don't think we need music. And since we're being chill today, do you guys want thunder, rain, or fire, or a mixture? Here, I can show you guys what we got. Here are your options, all right? This is wind. Turn that off. Here's the fire. Not bad. Rain, fire's not bad. Here's rain. If I could turn fire off. Jesus Christ. Move, jackass. The slider's not sliding. This is rain. The rain's a little phoning it in. You know what I mean? I feel like the rain is kind of like fake. It's just not, it's not good enough. Wait, here's thunder. Thunder's not as bad. I like thunder a little bit more than rain. Just fire, already got rain. Wait, all right, wait, here's thunder, here's thunder. Wait for it. You can like hear the crackling. It's like the thunder one is better rain than the rain one. All right, let me sit down too because I can't stand you bitches. Holy shit. Is that a dad joke? Have I been doing a dad joke this entire time? Every time I say that? Oh, fuck. I repeat it every stream. Oh, no. Oh, fuck. I'm turning. Oh. I never realized that counts as a dad joke. Oh, no. That really, now that I'm thinking about it, that really is that is something a dad would say. Let me sit down because I can't stand you bitches. Oh my god, what is wrong with me? I've been making dad jokes this entire time and I never even realized it. I've been saying that joke for like a year now. Oh my god. I'm gonna fucking die. Hi, Ghosty. Okay. Do you guys like rain or thunder more? So this is rain by itself. This is thunder by itself. They both are technically rain, but thunder sounds like a better rain. You know what I mean? Is there anyone that's deathly afraid of thunder that would prefer if I didn't use it? Thunder kind of sounds like somebody showering, honestly. You know what I mean? It sounds a little bit more like a shower than rain. But the thunder's like not thunder, so anyone who's like deathly afraid, hopefully it doesn't scare you. What if I do a mix? How's that? I mixed both of them together. Great, now I can't unhear the shower. How does thunder sound like flatulence? Why are there like 3 people trying to fucking make thunder sound like it's flatulent? Guys, what are you, a child? Oh shit, why is it loud? Why is it loud all of a sudden? Why did you turn up? Whoa, whoa, relax, buddy. Damn. Oh god. Like the pitter patter of the thunder is like loud now. What was that for? Well, you guys prefer thunder over rain, so we can do that. We can mix that, and then we can mix fire in. Fire is gonna be the loudest one. Thunder, like right there, and then rain, really quietly. Or wind. No, we're not outside. The wind doesn't make sense. Right? No wind. No wind. Wind doesn't make sense. What about... Now it feels like it's too loud. Yeah, this is too loud. There we go. Like right there. Is that good? It's barely audible for me. Ah, shit. Okay, how about here? Is this a good volume? We got this. Nice and cozy. I can turn it up a little bit more. This is max I'll go. Hopefully the thunder does not bother anyone. Because it is very quiet. How often do we do this? Very rarely. This is not a stream that I do all the time. I mean, Porcelain Radios I tried to make a little bit more... This particular one isn't a subathon goal, Anna. I don't think so. Oh, wait, no. Well, yeah, wait, no. This was a subathon goal. You're right. I forgot. No, you're right. You're right. This is technically a subathon goal. I don't know. I don't normally do Porcelain Radios. They're not really, like, content heavy. Like, I can't make a clip out of Porcelain Radio normally. Okay. Well, this is the stream. Let me get an image for the book on screen so it can look like I'm reading. I'll replace the white woman tackle. Which, by the way, I did get white woman tackle, but, like, good. I got properly rendered rich white woman tackles. Look at this shit. Sorry, this is, like, off topic, but I'm really proud of it. You're a little late on that raid. The proper white woman tackle. This was like posed by my my model artist Scuff Ward. White woman tackle. Rah! Rich white woman sweep. Brow. Doesn't that look sick? Ugh, love rich white woman. The porcelain slide. All right, I have this book somewhere. Give me a second. I should have the Grim Fairy Tales somewhere around here. That way I can put the book up. Is it in VTube Studio? Can I just attach it to my model? Oh, it is. Oh, perfect. Okay, here we go. I'm actually just going to attach it to my model. We're going to be so fucking cozy, bro. I can do this book. I was going to do the... Well, okay, chat, tell me which one you like more. So I have this book, right? Nice, fancy, looks like I'm reading. You know what? I'll just go with this one. The other one was just going to be the cover of Grim Fairy Tales, but this looks better. This is better looking. We're going to ignore that it's like directly attached to me. We're gonna pretend that it's not direct. Well, okay, maybe. Yeah, no, this is fine. This is fine. We're just gonna pretend that it's not directly attached to my body. This looks okay. There's nothing weird about this. You know, other people, there are bimbos out there carrying boba tea on their tits. I, the intelligent man, filled with misogyny, am instead carrying a book on my man tits, my pecs. I choose to read instead of drink sugar. Intellectuals. I'm the intellectual type. I use my pecs to hold up my books. You're gonna wear glasses? What am I, a loser that I can't have 20/20 vision? Fuck no. I have Hun. I don't need glasses. If I needed to see something, Hun would just, you know, sign it towards me. What an educated man. All right, do you guys want to get into it, or do you guys want 30 minutes of regular just chatting? Because we're not an hour into the stream yet, and we normally start after an hour. Until then, we can just talk normally. Because normal Porcelain radios, I'm not reading. Not the pick me. What the fuck? Listen, all right? I'm not like other women. All right? I'm not a woman. Wait, no, I'm not like other people. I carry books on my pecs, not boba tea. We heard that. I'm repeating myself. Let me live my life. Let me live my life, okay? Fair. Where do you work out? The library. What gym do you go to? Wow, rude, Joel. Some people in chat might wear glasses. Yeah, and some people in chat might have terrible vision. Just be better. Just be a doll. Dude, some of these stories are wild. Do we decide on whether or not you guys want 30 minutes of just chatting where we talk to each other before we get started? Because I'm looking through the book right now and just reading some of the fucking titles of these stories. How 6 men got on in the world. Yeah? What were you guys? Who is the world? What were you getting done inside of them? What do you mean by that? Talking to us tends to devolve into yelling. Which story are we reading? All of them. All 200. How 6 men got it on in the world. Talking for 30 minutes is fun? Okay, we can talk for 30 minutes. Chat, I'm telling you, some of these titles are fucking goofy. You gotta understand that the Brothers Grimm were like, I don't know, they were onto something here with these titles. I'm just telling you now. Whoa, 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 what the fuck was that? That was weird. God, I'm so high resolution. I found out why my resolution was always shit lately. Do I want to be like this, or should I just be like this size? This is like a good size. So close? What do you mean? This is like the normal size. Oh, whoop, I made the book bigger. Awkward. Awkward. There we go. I think this is good. It's a little... I'm kind of annoyed that it's a little fucking off kilter, but whatever. I'm so pretty. You're so right. The low poly model is actually the model that can get the closest to the camera without fucking breaking my computer. Like, you can go inside of the low poly model. The original Little Red Riding Hood, I think that's in here, yeah. The Devil and His Grandmother. Tale of Cock-a-Doodle-Doo. There's a lot of them. The Three Sluggards. The Turnip. There is a story called The Turnip. Don't ask me what it's about. I have no idea. Iron John, Noist and his 3 sons. Yes, domestic servants. Sounds like a fucking government story. Some of these have not aged very well. I'm going to tell you that right now. Some of these story titles have not aged very well. I'm not going to say it out loud, but look up story number 110 from the Brothers Grimm Complete Tales. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but that doesn't seem like a title of a story that has aged well. Hans the Hedgehog. The Cunning Little Tailor. The King's Son Who Feared... Donkey Cabbages, story 112 or 122. What the fuck? Donkey Cabbages? Hello? Yeah, the first 100 are the popular ones. Like which Hansel and Gretel. There's that one. Cinderella is story number 21, so it's pretty early in there. Little Red Cap is Little Red Riding Hood. There's a lot. I'm looking at some of these old ones. The Godfather? The original Godfather movie? The what in the what now? Did you see number 110? Yeah, yep. That's story number 110. Not reading that one out loud. Oh boy. Why is my tracking all goofy? What is happening? You stupid bitch. Can't you get your shit together? I'm trying to read stories. I don't know why my tracking breaks down a little bit. Is it because I'm too far away from the screen? I can't lean back in this house, huh? I'm just not allowed to get comfortable when I want to read. Fine. There, happy? I'm like right in your face. Stupid wench of a fucking iPhone tracker. Oh my god, dude. What is this? What is happening? You wouldn't like me when I'm angry. Sometimes I think my tracking just hates me. It's either that or I'm just losing my mind. Misogyny, even to the phone. Well, my phone deserves it, if I'm being completely real with you. Just saw 110, bleaching my eyes. We got Sleeping Beauty at number 50. I think Sleeping Beauty makes me mad. Hi, Varisha. Welcome to the Stream Raiders. Misogyny levels raised. Welcome to the Stream Raiders. I'm doing a Porcelain Radio. I'm going to be reading Grimm fairy tales and complaining about them because Grimm fairy tales just remind me of how stupid a lot of these kids are in these fairy tales. You're going to love fucking Cinderella and Snow White. That shit makes me angry. But welcome to the Stream Raiders. My name is PorcelainMaid. I used to be a sexy sack of man meat before I died and my soul got trapped inside the body of a sexier female doll. He and pronouns, but if you're still confused about pronouns of the 21st century, you can think of me as a bisexual's wet dream. Sexy male voice trapped inside of a sexier female doll. I would give you a curtsy out of courtesy, but I have a book in my hands and I look stupid if I try to zoom outwards. And also, my tracking is breaking down by the very minute. If you follow the stream, you gain 3 extra inches to your dick size. That's right, your dick can go from here to here. Enjoy the bigger dick size. Big love to you and thanks for coming by. We are going to be reading Grimm fairy tales in around 30 minutes. We're doing 30 minutes of just chatting right now because I don't like to start my streams before the first hour mark. You know what I mean? So 30 minutes of me and chat talking and then we're going to start reading stuff. So it's going to be like a relaxing stream. Is this Porcelain Radio? Well, Porcelain Radio is whenever I just talk like this. It's meant to be a relaxing version of just chatting streams where I talk normally versus talking excitedly. This is a special version where I'm reading Grimm fairy tales because it was a sub goal. Can my face tracking not break down for like 10 seconds? Do I just need to reset? Hold on, I'm gonna reset not my PC. I'm gonna reset my phone that I use for tracking. Maybe that's the problem. No, don't stop that. No, stop. If I just close it and open it again, maybe that'll fix everything. Oh God, the immersion? It's fine. I just took my soul out of my body. Can't say nothing now without somebody mentioning fucking immersion. Tap, 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 tap. Whatever. Half of you motherfuckers got ads anyways. Relax. Okay. Where's my... Oh, fuck. The charger fell. God damn it. Motherfucker. Where? I got ads. Where? Joel, why am I getting ads? I don't know. Tell Twitch. The fuck am I supposed to do about it? Do I look like Twitch's CEO? Where? All you fucking do is complain. All you do is eat my food and then complain like little bitches. Where? Happy now? Anyone else got something to whine about? We can do another charcuterie cheese if you stream if you want to fucking have some cheese with your wine. All right. Hopefully this fixed the problem. Juno, thank you for the gifted sub to Rosalind. Big love. I feel like death. We also eat soap, Joel. Oh my God. All right. You know what? Jesus Christ. Let me grab my fidget toy while I'm reading. Give me a second and we can get into it. All right, we're all good. Ugh. Stop panicking. There we go. It is impossible to get comfortable. Holy shit. What the fuck? To be fair, my chair is old as hell, and I have a cushion for my chair that I use that is, like, not good. So... really, I'm just doing it to myself at this point. Gotta buy a new chair. I have a back pillow. I have a fucking ass pillow. No, my sciatica's fine. I've been working out more. I didn't work out since the Ring Fit Adventure stream, but the last 3 days I started. Does he stream naked? No. The only time I'm ever naked is when I visit your mother. Wow, Joel, what a great your mom joke. How many is that now? Around 743 your mom jokes have been made officially. But who's keeping count? You know? Not me. That's for sure. I would never. Still good. I don't know about that. I don't know about counting every single your mom joke as good. Seems a little bit of a stretch to me. That's a lot of moms. That's a lot of moms. Can we get a book of your mom jokes pickup attempts? It's literally just responses from everyone else. Okay, how is my tracking now? Are we good? Is it going to freeze every so 5 minutes or some shit now? Are we good? Can I sit back relaxed? Seems like it. It's tracking me from like a foot away, so... okay. Nice and easy. But yeah, there's a lot of different stories I like to read in this. Some of you may remember the first time I did this. We're going to be rereading a lot of these stories. Because the last time we did a Grim Fairy Tale reading stream, I think we did 2 of them. We did one a long time ago. I think 2 years ago. And then we did another one last year. We've only done once a year so far of Grim Fairy Tale reading. Yesterday was Pi Day. Don't remind me, dude. I've been craving so much bullshit lately. I'm slowly working off the weight that I gained from the charcuterie stream, which was 2 to 3 pounds. Slowly working it off. Man, who would have thought cheese would really fuck somebody up that badly? Who would have thought cheese would fuck somebody up that badly, bro? That was fucked. I know, I said that too. I said out loud, damn, man. Losing weight is hard as fuck. When you plateau. When you plateau, it is. So let's say, for me, right? So when I got out of college, I was like 260, 270. And then for the next 2 years, I would just diet, right? I would diet and exercise, and I got down to like 195. So right now I'm like 198 to 200 at 6'2", which is, so I'm like at my perfect health. Like this is my perfect weight. Maybe like 180 if I'm really lean, but 190 to 200 is like the normal weight. So like basically how it works is for the first couple of pounds that you're losing, if you're like overweight by a lot more than one would normally say, it's actually faster for you to lose weight because it takes you more effort to work out than somebody who has less weight, because you're working out with all the pounds on you already. And even dieting, like a small change in your diet, like you lose weight really fast, but eventually you hit a plateau, and that's when you need to actually like work out really hard, right? So like when you hit a plateau in your weight, like let's say my plateau was like 210. I was stuck at 210 for like months because that was my plateau. I needed to start exercising for that. When does reading start? We're gonna start reading in like 15 minutes. Why? Do you want to know so you can go get your snacks? Go get your wine and cheese, because all I hear from you motherfuckers is whining. We're gonna be reading a lot. It's gonna be like 4 hours of this. And then tomorrow is when the more exciting stuff. I think tomorrow, after hanging out with Meg, I want to do Tekken. I want to do a Tekken stream tomorrow. I'll probably invite random people that I know play Tekken for tomorrow. I think that'll be fun. I don't know. Chat, I'm really I'm like hyper fixated on RTS games and like fighting games right now. Like I bought all of Command and Conquer Red Alert, and I really want to stream Red Alert. I really do. I don't know any other RTS games that I would like to play besides Red Alert and like Halo Wars, but Halo Wars isn't on Steam. What are RTS games? They're called real-time strategy games. So, what's Civilization? Do you know what Civilization is? That's like a gimmicky real-time strategy game. Well, not really. I don't know. Is Civ RTS? It's not really. No, Valorant is not an RTS. Civ is not. How do I explain RTS to somebody that doesn't understand or know about StarCraft? So like, you get units, you place units down on them. Everyone played an RTS game. Everyone played RTS games when they were younger. I feel like everyone played Red Alert when we were younger. Oh fuck, how do I explain an RTS to somebody who doesn't know about games? So you get a character is on the map, right? That character builds a factory that makes more characters, and then you explore the map, and then there are other people doing the same thing that you have to fight against, and then you have to build more factories to make more workers to win the game by beating everyone else on the map. That's what it is. I mean, that's not really a good explanation. There's like, that's a oversimplification. No, it's not. It's not Bloons Tower Defense. It's literally a tower defense game. That's Bloons Tower Defense, bro. What software did you use to create your model? They're so well done. What do you mean? I didn't make my model. I made the design for my model. Total War games, but just battles? Why do you know what Total War is, but you don't know what fucking RTS is? What the fuck, man? How does that even... I don't even know what Total War is. What is this knowledge gap? Hi, Adi. Thank you. Big love. Could you consider RTS a reverse tower defense? No, no. Reverse tower defense is its own genre. It's a completely different thing. Reverse tower defense is basically building up defenses to try to survive going through a tower defense plot. There was already a game like it that we loved on stream called Tower Escape, which is a good example of how games like that could be turned into a genre. Chat, we got 10 minutes until we start reading. Start looking up stories that you would want me to read out of the Grimm Fairy Tale book. I know everyone's going to ask for Cinderella, Little Red Riding Hood, Sleeping Beauty. I know that much. I know you guys want those ones. I'm not reading story 110. Halo lore? One of these days, I'm going to write down a manuscript and read Halo lore on stream. Willful Child seems on brand. I'm not reading 110. Come on, it's just the Thorns. Did somebody just say they want to see me play King? Oh, King of the Castle. I've played King of the Castle with chat before. Sorry, I thought you were a Tekken player, and I was about to curse you out for asking me to play King. King of the Castle is a very good game to play with chat. I did it once, and chat loved it. I've been wanting to play it again on stream with all the new chatters, but I just haven't had a chance to. You cheated. It's such a good game because I can fight against chat. Is there a specific genre that you're asking to read? We're reading fairy tales from the Brothers Grimm Grimm's Complete Fairy Tales book. Can you read the lyrics to Lifestyle by Young Thug, please? No. Considering I'm sick, a story is nice. Well, we're gonna get started soon. I think I might start with Cinderella, just so I can scream. I'm gonna start with either Cinderella or Sleeping Beauty, one or the other. Little Snow White. Is Snow White different than Sleeping? Yeah, they are. No, wait, Snow White is the one that makes me super angry. Snow White is actually the dumbass one. Oh my god. Snow White will actually make me angry. I've read Snow White like 3 times now, and it always makes me like aggressively angry. It's so stupid. She's so dumb. We're gonna do one of those. We're 100% gonna do one of those. I need to get angry for no reason. I need to get angry for no reason. I need to be so mad at the idea of Snow White. It needs to happen. She's just irreversibly pathetic, dude. I don't know what to tell you, Chad. I want to hear Angry Joel. You watch most of my streams. You already hear that. Which part makes you angry of her story? Oh, you'll see when we read it. Stupid ass kids. A lot of these stories, especially the ones that were turned into Disney movies, have really stupid main characters. I mean, they're stupid in Disney too. I think. I don't know. I don't watch Disney movies, man. I don't know shit about them. All I know about Disney movies is that they have singing, and that normally turns me off from everything. It's why I really can't get into musicals. 122 donkey cabbages? Yeah, you want me to read about donkey cabbages? Fukuroda, you're going to bed before the reading. Sleep well. This is the type of stream that you listen to while in bed. You don't leave to go to sleep. You put the headphones on and then take it to the bed. That sounds fucked up, but you get what I mean. Read the Rose. Number 150, The Old Beggar Woman. Hags. We love hags. Legend number 3, The Rose. That's not even one of the stories. That's supposedly the legend. The donkey, donkey cabbages, domestic servants. The queen bee. The death brother Lustig. Gambling Hansel. Oh no, Hansel and Gretel, they grew up. Hansel went and started gambling his luck away, and Gretel apparently became clever according to the according to the fucking stories. Oh my god. Step bro, why are you taking me to Vegas? Okay. Are you guys ready to get started? I don't think there's much else to talk about. We can get started reading. We can start with Snow White, or we can leave Snow White for the middle. We can just start with the ones that everyone knows, like Cinderella, Rapunzel, Snow White, Little Red Riding Hood, Hansel and Gretel, if you guys want. What's a good warm-up story? I like the story with the fish and the wishes. Is that a story? Is there a story on here that's called that? Do you have a name? All of the stories are categorized and written down. You guys want to start with Cinderella? Cinderella is chapter 21. All right, we can start with Cinderella. Let me cough and get my drink my lean gamer subs that I used code GamerMaid to get 10% off my order of. Okay. I think we're good to go. Hello, hello. I'm ready. Fucking Ponyo. No, I didn't have hot sauce today. The only thing I ate for breakfast today was some toast with some fancy cheese. So it's probably the cheese that did it. All right, page 81 is Cinderella. 81. It's always the cheese. Cinderella's kind of a broken ass story. Okay. Are you guys ready? We're gonna start reading. It's time for the worst story time ever. Cinderella. The wife of a rich man fell sick, and as she felt that her end was drawing near, she called her only daughter to her bedside and said, "Dear child, be good and pious, and then the good God will always protect you. I'll look down on you from heaven and be near you." Then she closed her eyes and departed. Every day the maiden went out to her mother's grave and wept. She remained pious and good, and when winter came, the snow spread a white sheet over the grave, and when spring's sun had drawn it off again, the man had taken another wife, because he's a fucking ingrateful whore who doesn't know how to keep it in his pants. Cinderella knew this about her father, but she didn't dare speak out, because this is in the olden days where women didn't have rights. But one of these days, Cinderella's dad is going to get what's coming to him. That slut. The woman had brought 2 daughters into the house with her, who were beautiful and fair of face, but vile and black of heart. Now began a bad time for the poor stepchild. "Is the stupid goose to sit in the parlor with us?" said they. "He who wants to eat bread must earn it. Out with the kitten, wench." They took her pretty clothes away from her, put an old gray bedgown on her, and gave her wooden shoes. "Just look at the proud princess, how decked out she is." How decked out she is. That's so funny that you know, a saying like that was used in olden days. Like, you think of the word decked out and you think of slang from nowadays. What the fuck? "Damn, Cinderella, what are you wearing? You look decked out with the drip." said the said the stepsister, full of evil intention. They cried and laughed and led her into the kitchen. There she had to do hard work from morning till night, get up before daybreak, carry water, light fires, cook and wash. Besides this, the sisters did her every imaginable injury. They mocked her and emptied her peas and lentils into the ashes, so that she was forced to sit and pick them out again. Which I assume is the olden days version of, like, mixing your mashed potatoes and your peas together, and then saying, go ahead, eat it. We know that you hate when they mix. Which is some, like, high-tier petty shit, if you ask me. High-tier petty shit. P-E-A, you dunce. Jesus Christ. In the evening when she had worked till she was weary, she had no bed to go to, but had to sleep by the fireside in the ashes. And since on that account she always looked dusty and dirty, they started to call her Cinderella. It happened that the father was once going to the fair, and he asked his 2 stepdaughters what he should bring back for them. Beautiful dresses, said one. Pearls and jewels, said the second. And you, Cinderella, said he, what will you have? Father, I request Fortnite credits. I just want a little bit of my Fortnite battle pass so I can be able to upgrade and get that new emote, the gritty. Please do it, father, please. But instead the father said, I will break off for you the first branch which knocks against my hat on my way home. So he bought beautiful dresses, pearls, and jewels for his 2 stepdaughters, and on his way home, as he was riding through a green thicket, a hazel twig brushed against him and knocked off his hat. Then he broke off the branch and took it with him. When he reached home, he gave his stepdaughters the things that they had wished for, and to Cinderella he gave the branch from the hazel bush. Cinderella thanked him, went to her mother's grave, and planted the branch on it, and then started to openly weep about how her father doesn't like her. When she only asked for a Fortnite battle pass so she could hit the gritty on the people that she fucking headshots. As she started to cry, much so that the tears fell down on the branch and watered it, and it grew, however, and became a handsome tree. Thrice a day Cinderella went and sat beneath it and wept and prayed. A little white bird always came on the tree, and if Cinderella expressed a wish, the bird threw down to her what she had wished for. That being said, the bird only knew about 3 words, which was berries, bullshit, and Crocs. Cinderella didn't really like Crocs, and she would eat the berries. She didn't really ever ask for the bullshit ever. It happened, however, that the king appointed a festival which was to last 3 days, and to which all the beautiful young girls in the country were invited in order that his son might choose himself a bride. When the 2 stepsisters heard that they too were to appear among the number, they were delighted, called Cinderella and said, comb our hair for us, brush our shoes, and fasten our buckles, for we are going to the festival at the king's palace. Cinderella obeyed, but wept because she too would have liked to go with them to dance, and begged her stepmother to allow her to do so. You go, Cinderella, said she. You are dusty and dirty and would go to the festival. You have no clothes and no shoes, yet would dance. As, however, Cinderella went on asking, the stepmother at last said, I have emptied a dish of lentils into the ashes for you. If you have picked them out again in 2 hours, you shall go with us. The maiden went through the back door into the garden and called, you tame pigeons, you turtle doves, and all you birds beneath the sky, come and help me to pick the good into the pot and the bad into the crop. And so Cinderella inserted animal labor into a repertoire of misdeeds that'll take her to hell when she goes down. The 2 white pigeons came by into the kitchen window, and afterwards the turtle doves, and at last all the birds beneath the sky came whirring and crowding in, and alighted amongst the ashes. The pigeons nodded with their heads and began pick, 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 and the rest began also pick, 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 and gathered all the good grains into the dish. Hardly had 1 hour passed before they had finished, and flew out again. Then the girl took the dish to her stepmother and was glad, and believed that now she would be allowed to go with them to the festival. But the stepmother said, no, Cinderella, you have no clothes and you cannot dance. You'd only be laughed at. And as Cinderella wept at this, the stepmother said, "If you can pick 2 dishes of lentils out of the ashes for me in 1 hour, you shall go with us." And she thought to herself that she most certainly cannot do. When the stepmother had emptied the 2 dishes of lentils amongst the ashes, the maiden went through the back door and the garden and cried once again, "You tame pigeons, you turtle doves, and all you birds under heaven, come and help me to pick the good into the pot, the bad into the crop." Then, as before, the 2 white pigeons came into the kitchen window, and afterwards the turtle doves, and at length all the birds beneath the sky came whirring and crowding in, and alighted amongst the ashes. And the doves nodded with their heads and began pick, 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 pick. And the others began also pick, 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 before one dove, who was red, turned to a blue dove and said to the other, "Do you ever wonder why we're here?" Which then led to an entire scenario of another whole franchise and story that played out in a very weird way before it all came back to Cinderella, and then it went back to the turtle doves going pick, 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 pick. And before half an hour was over, they had already finished, and all flew out again. Then the maiden carried the dishes to the stepmother and was delighted, and believed that she might now be able to go to the festival. But Cinderella is a dumb bitch who doesn't learn that she's being abused by others, and so she said, "But the stepmother, all this will not help you. You cannot go with us, for you have no clothes and cannot dance. We should be ashamed of you." It's almost like she said the exact same thing and repeated the exact same scenario, but Cinderella was just like, "Well, let me do it anyways, because who knows." With this, she turned her back on Cinderella and hurried away with her 2 proud daughters. As no one was now at home, Cinderella went to her mother's grave beneath the hazel tree and cried, before her mother's ghost came out and said, "Damn, bitch, do all you know how to do is cry? Like, stand up for yourself, the fuck? Tell your dad. All you're doing is cry, cry, cry. Whine, whine, whine. A tree grew from your salty-ass tears, and you're still going at it. Shiver and quiver, little tree. Shiver, silver and gold throw down over me." Then the bird threw a gold and silver dress down to her, and slippers embroidered with silk and silver. Then Cinderella realized, oh shit, this bird actually is useful, and it doesn't just send me berries. I should have been asking for gold and silver this entire goddamn time. She put on the dress with all the speed that she had and went to the festival. Her step-sisters and stepmother, however, did not know her and thought she must be a foreign princess. However, for she looked so beautiful in a golden dress. They never once thought of Cinderella and believed that she was sitting at home in the dirt picking lentils out of the ashes. The prince went to meet her and took her by the hand and danced with her. He would dance with no other maiden, and never let go of her hand. And if anyone else came to invite her, he said, "This is my partner." Because he's a bit of a selfish prick and doesn't understand how sharing works. She danced till it was evening, and then she wanted to go home. But the king's son said, "I will go with you and bear you company," for he wished to see whom the beautiful maiden belonged. She escaped from him, however, and sprang into the pigeon house. The king's son waited until her father came, and then he told him that the strange maiden had leapt into the pigeon house. If you're confused, Cinderella basically went into the birdhouse and, ran through there when nobody was looking. The old man thought, can it be Cinderella? And they had to bring in an axe and a pickaxe that he might hew the pigeon house to pieces, but no one was inside. These dumb bitches basically went, let me break down an entire building to look for this, one girl who probably left through the building. I don't know why their thought process was, oh, she's probably just hiding in here somewhere. Maybe she's in the fucking bricks. Let's break down the entire house to find her. That'll really work out. Kinda stupid. The king's son and her father, kinda dumb. When they got home, Cinderella lay in her dirty clothes among the ashes, and a dim little oil lamp was burning on the mantelpiece, for Cinderella had jumped quickly down from the back of the pigeon house and had to run to the little hazel tree. There she had taken off her beautiful clothes and laid them on the grave, and the bird had taken them away again. And then she had placed herself in the kitchen amongst the ashes in her gray gown. Next day, when the festival began afresh, and her parents and the stepsisters had gone once more, Cinderella went to the hazel tree and said, shiver and quiver, my little tree, silver and gold throw down over me. And while she was waiting for the bird to bring her all of her shit, Cinderella realized, wow, my father is kind of just as much as an asshole as my stepmother, for he's just letting all of this happen, and just letting me stay at home when he can clearly see that I'm being abused. It's not like he's gone all the time. The accomplices are crazy in this story, huh? Then the bird threw down a much more beautiful dress than on the preceding day, and when Cinderella appeared at the festival in this dress, everyone was astonished at her beauty. The king's son had waited until she came and instantly took her by the hand and danced with no one but her. And when the others came and invited her, he said the same thing as before. Wow, damn bitch, you didn't realize the same thing that I said yesterday? She's my partner. When evening came, she wished to leave, and the king's son followed her and wanted to see into which house she went. But she sprang away from him and into the garden behind the house. There stood a beautiful tall tree on which hung the most magnificent pears. There stood a... I just read the same thing twice. She clambered so nimbly between the branches like a squirrel that the king's son did not know where she had gone. He waited until her father came and said to him, "The strange maiden had escaped from me, and I believe she has climbed up the pear tree." The father thought, "Can it be Cinderella?" I don't know why the dad immediately thought of Cinderella when the king was literally describing a woman climbing a tree like a fucking squirrel. Oh wow. My daughter also climbs trees like a squirrel. Is it my daughter? Kaze, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. You have a big dick, a big heart, even bigger wallet. Big love to you. Thank you so much. And had an axe brought and cut the tree down, but no one was on it. Because, again, this stupid motherfucker immediately cut a tree down because somebody told him that a girl was on it, even though he can clearly see that nobody is on the tree. Pear trees are not that big, you dumb bitch. And when they had got into the kitchen, Cinderella lay there amongst the ashes as usual, for she had jumped down on the other side of the tree, had taken the beautiful dress to the bird and the little hazel tree, and put on her gray gown. On the third day, when her parents and sisters had gone away, Cinderella basically repeated the same steps as before because they are padding out the... This is literally filler for a old-ass storytime fairy tale book. I'm just going to put it out there. I am literally reading Naruto filler inside of a Cinderella story. That's what this is. I'm getting paid word by word. Absolutely ridiculous. This is fucking crazy, huh? Paid for yapping. Paid for... Yep. Shiver and quiver, my little tree, silver and gold throw down over me. And now the bird threw down to her a dress which was more splendid and magnificent than any she had yet. And the slippers were golden. That's right, golden. Them bitches at Disney made up the whole glass thing. They had a foot fetish, I'm telling you. And when she went to the festival in this dress, no one knew how to speak for astonishment. The king's son danced with her and her only, and if anyone invited her to dance, the king said, at this point, just cut off their heads. I've said this 3 days in a row that she's my partner, and you know, you really are. I just have to applaud your bravery for still coming up to me. We live in a fucking evil monarchy, and you dumbasses are still coming up trying to hook up with my girl, even though I've clearly stated that this is for me. And then this bitch, this dumb bitch Cinderella, you realize you could save yourself, you could live your life, you could go on and live a wonderful life as the king's princess, but instead you continuously run away before he can know who you are. You did not need to do this for 3 days. This is quite literally filler. On the first day you could have been like, yo, what's up bitches, it's me, Cinderella. That's right, baby girl, it's me, Cinderella. It's your long-lost lover. Now please cut off the heads of my stepsister and stepmother. Cut off the dick of my dad for cheating on my mom. Oh boy. When evening came, Cinderella wished to leave, and the king's son was anxious to go with her. But she escaped from him so quickly that he could not follow her. The king's son, however, used a stratagem. He did a... This is not a joke, this is actually in the story. I'm not even...
Vinyl scratch sound. You're listening to China clinking noises.
Oh my God.
102.3 joule screaming PorcelainMaid radio explosion.
The king's son, however, used a stratagem. He had called down an autocannon and started shooting at the direction of Cinderella's run. He did a Dance Dance Revolution combo while using the stratagem, and had caused a whole staircase to be smeared with a pitch, and there, when she ran down, had the maiden's left slipper which remained sticking. He called a 500-kilogram bomb, and Cinderella still escaped. The only thing that she didn't lose was her slipper. The king's son picked it up. It was small and dainty and all golden. Next morning he brought it to the father and said to him, "No one shall be my wife but whose foot fits this golden slipper. I specifically need this foot." And then the king's son, like, just smelled it really, really rancidly, and the father just kind of looked at him with disgust and disdain. Then the two sisters were glad, for they had pretty feet. This is turning into a weirder story than I thought. The eldest went with a shoe into her room and wanted to try it on, and her mother stood by, but she could not get her big toe into it. When the shoe was too small for her, then the mother gave her a knife and said, "Cut your toe off. When you are queen, you'll have no more need to go on foot." Ah, because that's the logical, answer to do here. Why not just make another golden shoe that actually fits so you could trick them instead of bleeding into the fucking shoe? Cut the toe off. When you are queen, you'll have no more need to go on foot. The maiden cut her toe off, forced the foot into the shoe, swallowed the pain, and went out to the king's son. Then he took her on his horse as his bride and rode away with her. They were, however, obliged to pass the grave, and there on the hazel tree sat the two pigeons and cried, turn and peep, there's blood within the shoe. The shoe it is too small for her, the true bride waits for you." Which just proves that everyone in this family is petty at this point, because Cinderella was not letting this shit slide. She called upon her army of, animal abuse workers and made them start talking. Then he looked at her foot and saw how the blood was streaming from it. He turned his horse round and took the false bride home again, and said she was not the true one, and that the other sister was to put the shoe on. Then this one went into her chamber and got her toes safely into the shoe, but her heel was too large. So her mother gave her a knife and said, "Cut a bit off your heel. When you are queen, you'll have no more need to go on foot." The mother clearly did not understand what the fuck was happening. Literally, a few seconds ago, the blood was the reason why Cinderella's sister was not able to become the queen. But the mother did the same thing over again. The maiden cut a bit off her heel, forced her foot into the shoe, and swallowed the pain. He took her on his horse as his bride, and you get it, basically they're doing filler again, and rode away with her. But when they passed by a hazel tree, two little pigeons sat on it and cried, turn and peep, there's blood within the shoe. The shoe it is too small for her. The true bride waits for you." He looked down at her foot and saw blood was running out, and how it had stained her white stocking. Then he turned his horse and took the false bride home again. "This is also not the right one," said he. "Have you no other daughter?" "No," said the man. "No," said the man. "No," said the father. "I don't have no other daughter." That's right, Cinderella's bitchy, slutty dad said, "No." "No," said the dad. "There is still a little stunted..." Jesus Christ. "No," said the dad. "There is still a little stunted kitchen wench, which my late wife left behind, but she cannot possibly be thy bride." Okay. The king's son said that he was to send her up to him, but the mother answered, "Oh no, she's much too dirty, she cannot show herself." He absolutely insisted on it, and Cinderella had to be called. The first washed her hands and face clean, and then went and bowed down before the king's son, who gave her the golden shoe. Then she seated herself on a stool, drew her foot out of the heavy wooden shoe, and put it into the slipper, which fit like a glove. And when she rose up, and the king's son looked at her face, he recognized the beautiful maiden who had danced with him and cried, "That is the true bride!" The stepmother and two sisters were terrified and became pale with rage. He, however, took Cinderella on his horse and rode away with her. As they passed by the hazel tree, the two white doves cried, turn and peep, no blood is in the shoe. The shoe is not too small for her, the true bride rides with you." And when they had cried that, the two came flying down and placed themselves on Cinderella's shoulders, clearly showing the favoritism and the bullshit that Cinderella has caused. One on the right and the other on the left, and remained sitting there. When the wedding with the king's son was celebrated, the two false sisters came and wanted to get into favor with Cinderella and share her good fortune. When the betrothed couple went to church, the elder was at the right side and the younger at the left, and the pigeons pecked out one eye for each side of them. Okay. What? Afterwards, as they came back, the elder was at the left. They pecked out one eye for each sister, and thus for their wickedness and falsehood they were punished with blindness as long as they lived, but not the stepmother or the dad. Just the sisters. Only the sisters. The father who is letting this happen and the stepmother who raised them to act like this are the only ones who got out of this scot-free. Pick, 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 pick. It's almost as if this is bullshit because the stepsisters were raised like that, so it's not necessarily their fault for them to take all the blame. Instead, it should be very clearly the stepmother and the fake dad that should be punished for the reason the torture and abuse that Cinderella faced. What a bunch of bullshit. You're asking me this shit, man. Hi, Rainho. Hi, Raiders. This is an awkward time. I'm reading Grim Fairy Tales. Did you guys know Cinderella was a petty bitch? Like, this bitch is stupid. I don't know what to say, man. Cinderella literally invented filler arcs. This dumb bitch went to the same ball 3 times before finally doing this petty ass charade about wearing a golden slipper just so that she could get her stepsisters to get their feet cut off. What the fuck is going on anymore? What is wrong with people? Stupid ass bullshit, I'm telling you right now. Welcome to the stream, Raiders. My name is PorcelainMaid. I used to be a sexy sack of man meat before I died and my soul got trapped inside the body of a sexier female doll. He and pronouns, but if you're still confused about pronouns in the 21st century, you can think of me as a bisexual's wet dream. Sexy male voice trapped inside of a sexier female doll. I would give you a curtsy out of courtesy, but I'm predisposed by holding a fucking fat Grim Fairy Tale book on my man pecs right now. But if you guys also want, if you follow the stream, you gain 3 extra inches to your dick size. That's right, your dick can actually go from here to here just by following the stream. Thank you for coming by. Big love to you and welcome on in. I'm doing a thing called Porcelain Radio today where I talk really like, you know, chill like. Technically, this is what my normal voice sounds like. Instead of some of you may know that I'm a very loud and seemingly, I'm not angry. I'm just a very loud person normally when I stream. So this is like me if I was having a normal conversation with somebody. But yeah, get the bigger dick size by following the stream, yada yada, and enjoy me making fun of these stories. You know what? Now that you guys are here, let me read you the best story altogether. Let me read you Snow White. Now this bitch is the dumbest motherfucker in the Grim Fairy Tale catalog. You are gonna get fucking pissed. Cinderella was petty, okay? Cinderella was petty and stupid, right? Cinderella was like, Dad, please bring me back some Fortnite Robux so I can get my gritty emote on. And then did that for 3 days until she finally decided to get revenge on her stepsisters. And not the stepmother, though. Snow White is actually a dumb bitch. And you're gonna learn yourself today. What page is Snow White on? What happened? Are you sick today? No, I'm just talking like a normal human being for once. The dad is a cuck? The dad is a slut. Cinderella's father is an absolute whore, dude. Bro took 1 year since his wife died and said, alright, time to get my dick wet again. And then chose the most rancid pussy he'd ever seen in his life. Bro chose the most fucking old-winded, bagged, skin-flapped fucking vagina known to mankind to get his shit on with. Sorry, is that a little too much? Alright, chapter 53, Little Snow White, page 187. Let me get this shit. Was it Snow White or Sleeping Beauty that was the dumb one? It's Snow White, right? Wait, I thought Snow White and Sleeping Beauty... No, they're not the same thing. I don't know. I don't watch Disney shit, man. I don't read these fairy tales on the average. Alright, Snow White, page 187. Joel, what the fuck? I'm just being real with you, bro. I don't know what to tell you. Like, bro really said, I'm gonna go get laid, and I don't care who with. which actually is, you know, a lot more dangerous considering some of the ages in this fucking storyline. All the ages in this book are 100%. This is fucked up. All right, you guys ready for Snow White? Oh, wait. Did Rainho fucking raid and run? Am I babysitting you, mother? Wait, why is she awake right now? Hold on, what the fuck? You know, my brain didn't even recognize this. Why is this motherfucker awake? Why am I getting raided by her? It's like 6 a.m. or some shit. What? What is she doing alive? Hello? I guess I'm babysitting Rainho's chat now. Hello, chat. Welcome. You've been dumped off at my house. I'm here to babysit you for a little bit. You can have whatever you want in the fridge. We have some frozen chicken nuggets. Don't touch Dad's drink, okay? If you see a big bottle with a cork in it, don't touch that. That's for Dad, all right? If you touch that, Dad's gonna get angry. Like irreversibly angry. That's Dad's special drink. Don't fuck with Dad's special drink. He needs that to go on for the next day. Because your bitch of a mother left me. So I need to just drink my special drink to survive. Or else Dad will get very... Okay, a little too realistic. A little too realistic. Jesus Christ. The bit's a little too real now. Alright, let's read Snow White. Let's... Cut the RP. Cut the RP. No more RP, bro. Cut it. Cut it. It's too real. It's too real. I missed when you just were simply being misogynistic. Why are you doing this roleplay? All right. Let's get it on, homies. Let's get it on. Little Snow White. Once upon a time in the middle of a winter, when the flakes of snow were falling like feathers from the sky, a queen sat at a window sewing, and the frame of the window was made of black ebony. And while she was sewing and looking out of the window at the snow, she pricked her finger with the needle, and 3 drops of blood fell upon the snow. And the red looked pretty upon the white snow, and she thought to herself, if only I had a child as white as snow, as red as blood, and as black as the wood on the window frame. Which was an incredibly weird thought to have after getting pricked by fucking tetanus-filled needles. Soon after, the snow had gotten pregnant and birthed a child for the princess. She had that little daughter, who is white as snow, as red as blood, and hair as black as ebony. And she was therefore called Little Snow White, because her mother was not actually the queen, but the snow on the ground, birthed of the queen's blood. But when she was born, the queen died. After a year had passed, when the king took another wife, again, another slut who waits a year before taking another wife. That's crazy. All the men in this novel are just immediately whores. My wife died 1 year ago. Well, once again, time to get my dick wet. And once again, let me choose the most rancid sack of fucking human flesh flaps I could ever take. Oh boy. After a year had passed, the queen took another wife. She was a beautiful woman, but proud and haughty, and she could not bear that anyone else should surpass her in beauty. She had a wonderful looking glass, and when she stood in front of it and looked herself in it, she said, looking glass on the wall, who in this land is the fairest of them all? The looking glass answered, you, O queen, are the fairest of all. Then she was satisfied, for she knew that the looking glass spoke the truth. But Snow White was growing up and grew more and more beautiful, and when she was seven? Sorry. And when she was 7 years old, she was as beautiful as the day, and more beautiful than the queen herself. Put this looking glass behind the wall, bro. Put it behind bars. Actually, put the looking glass down. And once when the queen asked her looking glass, damn, bro, imagine getting called ugly by a pedophile. That's fucking wild. Imagine a pedophile being like, yo, what's up? Yeah, you're pretty and all, but this 7-year-old is way better looking. What the fuck? Looking glass on the wall, who in this land is the fairest of them all? It answered, you are fairer than all who are here, Lady Queen. But more beautiful still is Snow White, as I ween. I think the only ween that you have needs to be cut off, buddy. Then the queen was shocked and turned yellow and green with envy. or actually probably turned yellow and green with disgust and like hatred over the putrid words that the looking glass was saying. Queen, generally, if you're self-conscious about this kind of thing, I highly suggest that you just go see a therapist or actually have sex. You know, go have sex with your husband that wanted to get his dick wet in the first place. I feel like if you're getting jealous of a 7-year-old, you should probably, you know, take that anger out, you know, somewhere else, or get therapy. Her heart heaved in her breast. She hated that girl so much. And envy and pride grew higher and higher in her heart like a weed, so she had no peace day or night. She called a hunter and said, "Take the child away into the forest. I will no longer have her in my sight. Kill her and bring me back her heart as token." The hunter obeyed and took her away, but when he had drawn his knife and was about to pierce Snow White's innocent heart, she began to weep and said, "Ah, dear hunter, spare my life. I will run away into the wild forest and never come home again." And as she was so beautiful, the hunter had pity on her, or you could just say, and as she was so innocent, instead of beautiful, and make it a lot more normal, the hunter had pity on her and said, "Run away then, you poor child. The wild beast will soon devour you." Thought he, and yet it seemed as if stone had been rolled from his heart, since he no longer needed to kill her. And as a young boar just then came by, he stabbed it and cut out its heart and took it to the queen as proof that the child was dead. Because back in the days, literacy rates were really low and nobody knew what the fuck a human heart looked like. So, you know, honestly, it would look the same as a pig heart if you really gave it to somebody. The cook had to salt this, and the wicked queen ate it, and thought she had eaten the heart of Snow White, because... hold on a minute. This doesn't make sense. Why was she eating the heart of a child? Okay, anyways. Chad, if you ever feel ugly, just remember that you could always just kill somebody and eat their heart. Do you think that you feel ugly? Are you feeling self-conscious today when you looked in a mirror? Just look to your left, see another chatter, kill them, cook their heart, and then consume it to get their beauty. It's just that easy. That's how VTubers are made. If you ever thought VTubers are incredibly good looking, just cook and kill somebody's heart. The only way to become a VTuber is to kill another VTuber. There's only so many spaces. You have to put down one VTuber so you can become the next VTuber that takes their place. Commit cannibalism today. But now the poor child was all alone in the great forest and was so terrified that she looked at every leaf of every tree and did not know what to do. For, you know, Snow White was an iPad child. She didn't really know what to do when she was lost in the forest. Without her games on her phone, she was lost and confused. She began to ran over sharp stones and through thorns, and the wild beasts ran past her, but did her no harm. She ran as far as her feet would go until almost evening. Then she saw a little cottage and went into it to rest. Everything in the cottage was small, but neater and cleaner than you can imagine. There was a table on which was a white cover and 7 little plates. On each plate a little spoon. Moreover, there were 7 little knives and forks, and 7 little mugs. Against the wall stood 7 little beds side by side and covered with snow-white bedspreads. Little Snow White was so hungry and thirsty that she ate some vegetables and bread from each plate and drank a drop of wine out of each mug, for she did not wish to take all from only one. I don't know why she went for the wine, but I guess if you're, you know, that stupid, you might as well go with whatever you have. What just happened? What is going on with me? Hello? What? Did somebody just, like, force choke me? What just happened? Man. Not to break the immersion, but tracking really is slowly breaking down day by day. I guess I was too shocked by the story. God damn. Was I shocked by the 7-year-old drinking wine, or was I shocked by the fucking 7-year-old being called beautiful by a mirror? Probably one or the other. Then, as she was so tired, she laid herself down on each of the little beds, but none of them suited her. One was too long, another too short, but at last she found the 7th one was just right. And so she remained and said a prayer before going back to sleep. Her prayer was as follows. Oh, stories, please do not sue me with copyright for copying Goldilocks. It was not my fault. I was basically doing this shit before she did. If anything, Goldilocks copied me with the whole "this one is just right" thing. That shtick was basically made by me. I don't know why Goldilocks took it over. When it was quite dark, the owners of the cottage came back. There were 7 dwarves who dug and delved in the mountains for ore. They lit their 7 candles, and now that the cottage was lit, they saw that someone had been there, for everything was not in the same order in which they had left it. The first said, "Who has been sitting on my chair?" The second, "Who has been eating off my plate?" The third, "Who has been taking some of my bread?" The fourth, "Who has been eating my vegetables?" The fifth, "Who has been using my fork?" The sixth, "Who has been cutting with my knife?" The seventh, "I don't really have any problems. Nobody's fucking with my shit." Then the first looked round and saw that there was a little hole in his bed, and he said, "Who has been getting into my bed?" The others came up and each called out, "Somebody has been lying in my bed too." But the seventh, when he looked at his bed, saw little Snow White who was lying asleep in it, and he called the others, who came running up. And they cried out with astonishment, and brought their 7 little candles, and let the light fall on little Snow White. "Oh heavens," cried they. What a lovely child." And they were so glad they did not wake her up, but let her sleep in the bed. And the 7th dwarf slept with his companions 1 hour each, and so they got through the night. What do you mean you slept with your companions 1 hour each? That is worse sleep than just sleeping with one of your brothers for the entire night. You chose to sleep 1 hour with each person instead of just staying in the bed with one person for the entire night. Out of all the most extra bullshit I've ever seen in my life. At least they didn't sleep on the bed with the kid. Oh wow, they're doing the bare minimum. When it was morning, little Snow White awoke and was frightened when she saw the 7 dwarves. Allowed dwarf 7 to be a slut. Aren't the other dwarves like his brothers? But they were friendly and asked her what her name was. "My name is Snow White," she answered. How have you come to our house?" said the dwarves. Then she told him that her stepmother had wished to have her killed, but that the hunter had spared her life. How did she know that her stepmother wanted her dead? The hunter didn't say that. And then she had run for the whole day until at last she had found their dwelling. The dwarf said, "If you will take care of our house, cook and make the beds, wash, sew, and knit, and if you will keep everything neat and clean, you can stay with us, and you shall want for nothing." "Yes," said Snow White, "with all my heart," and she stayed with them. She kept the house in order for them. In the mornings, they went to the mountains and looked for copper and gold. In the evenings, they came back and their supper had to be ready. This is child labor and basically free work. But you know what? At the end of the day, child labor is probably the best thing that this story could bring for a child. The girl was alone the whole day, so the good dwarves warned her and said, "Beware of your stepmother. She will soon know that you are here. Be sure to let no one come in." How am I getting tired by myself? I'm the one reading, and yet I'm making myself sleepy. But the queen, believing she had eaten Snow White's heart, was certain that she was again the first and most beautiful of all. And she went to her looking glass and said, "Looking glass, looking glass, looking glass, looking glass on the wall, who in this land is the fairest of them all?" And unfortunately, the glass answered, "O queen, you are the fairest of all I see, but over the hills where the 7 dwarves dwell, Snow White is still alive and well, and none is so fair as she." And then the queen was astounded. She just found out and realized that her looking glass was a pedophile. She grabbed a hammer and beat the shit out of the glass until it was all into little shattered pieces. Not only was the looking glass a narc and a snitch, but also a pedophile. What the fuck? Story fixed, then the end. The queen realized that she had nothing to worry about. She was very good looking, and she got over her own insecurities, told Snow White that she can come back and live with her, and be a happy family again. And so she thought and thought again on how she might kill her. For so long as she was not the fairest in the whole land, envy let her have no rest. And when she had at last thought of something to do, she painted her face and dressed herself like an old peddler. No one could have known her. In this disguise, she went over to the 7 mountains, to the 7 dwarves, and knocked at the door and cried, "Pretty things to sell, very cheap, very cheap." Little Snow White looked out the window and called out, "Good day, my good woman, what have you to sell?" "Good things, pretty things," she answered, "laces of all colors," and she pulled out which was woven of bright and colored silk. I may let the worthy old woman in, thought Snow White, and she unbolted the door and brought the pretty and bought the pretty laces. Because Snow White is a dumb motherfucker who said, oh, you know, I'm gonna ignore it and I'll just let people in, even though I was warned not to let anyone in. But I guess Snow White is 7 years old, so fuck it. I guess she's free to have that. Oh well. I guess Snow White she's like 7 years old, she's stupid, let her in. Fine, whatever. I'll give her the benefit of the doubt here. Ahem. Child, said the old woman, what a fright you look. Come, I will lace you properly for once. Snow White had no suspicion, but stood before her and let herself be laced with the new laces. But the old woman laced her so quickly and so tightly that Snow White lost her breath and fell down as if dead. Now I'm the most beautiful, said the queen to herself, and ran away. Not long afterwards, in the... Sorry, I'm imagining the queen, like, doing a Fortnite dance over Snow White's corpse, just going... Yippee, yippee! I'm so beautiful, I'm so beautiful! Jesus Christ. Not long afterwards in the evening, the 7 dwarves came home, but were shocked that they saw their dear little Snow White lying on the ground, and that she neither stirred nor moved, and she seemed to be dead. They lifted her up, and they saw that she was laced too tightly. They cut the laces, and she began to breathe a little, and after a while came to life again. How long was she not breathing for? What is Snow White, like a super soldier? Was she injected with the Spartan serum? Is she a Spartan too? What the fuck? What is going on? Hey, yo, face tracking, I'm gonna need you to relax. I'm gonna need you guys to relax, face tracking. I don't know what the hell's going on with you, but whatever the hell this is doing, all right, I'm gonna need you to, like, chill the fuck out. Is my camera dirty or something? How dare you? My camera is not dirty. I'm clearly just being haunted by Rayu. She's over here trying to fucking tickle balls or some shit. I don't know what she's doing. There, I cleaned the camera. No more complaints from that camera. Jesus Christ, dude. Okay. Where was I? When the dwarves heard what had happened, they said, the old peddler was none other than the wicked queen. Take care and let no one come in when we are not with you, they've repeated for the second time. This is their second warning. But the wicked woman, when she had reached home, went in front of the glass and asked, looking glass on the wall, who in this land is the fairest of all? And it answered as before, because the Brothers Grimm are masters of filler. And you know what? Anime basically took a page out of the Brothers Grimm book. Oh, queen, you are the fairest of all I see, but over the hills where the 7 dwarves dwell, Snow White is still alive and well, and none is so fair as she. When she heard that, all the blood rushed to her heart with fear, for she saw plainly that little Snow White was again alive, and once again she realized that the mirror is a fucking freak that needs to be put down. But instead, she let her envy get over herself, and then she went to go kill a 7-year-old child out of fear of being not as pretty as the child. But now, she said, I will think of something that shall put an end to you. And by the help of witchcraft, which she understood, which is just kind of a crazy thing to put out there in the middle of the story, like, we're 2 pages away from Snow White being over, and they're just now releasing that witchcraft is a real thing that's possible in this lore. Crazy thing to randomly mention. Oh yeah, and the queen knows witchcraft. She made a poisonous comb. Then she disguised herself and took the shape of another old woman. Again, another old woman. So she went over to the 7 mountains, to the 7 dwarves, knocked at the door and cried, good things to sell, cheap, cheap. Same thing that she said before as the other old woman. Will Snow White be able to escape this time? Little Snow White looked out and said, go away. I cannot let anyone come in. I suppose you can look, said the old woman, and pulled the poisonous comb out and held it up. It pleased the girl so well that she let herself be fooled and opened the door. When she had struck a bargain, the old woman said, now I will comb you properly for once, which is the same thing that the other old woman said, but Snow White still hasn't realized this. And this is, you know, this is literally 1 day. This is 1 day difference. Snow White literally died yesterday and died again today. This is her second warning that she's gotten. Poor little Snow White had no suspicion, and let the old woman do as she pleased, but hardly had she put the comb in her hair than the poison took effect. And the girl fell down senseless. "You paragon of beauty," said the wicked woman, "you are done for good." And she went away. But fortunately it was almost evening when the 7 dwarves came home. When they saw Snow White lying as if dead upon the ground, they at once suspected the stepmother. They looked and found the poisoned comb. Scarcely had they taken out when Snow White came to, and told them what had happened. Then they warned her for the 3rd time to be upon her guard and open the door to no one. And then one of the 7th dwarf said out loud, "Do you think she has brain damage?" The first dwarf said, "What the fuck is a brain?" Before they continued on with their story. The queen went home and went in front of the glass and said, looking glass on the wall, who in this land is the fairest of them all?" Then it answered as before, "Queen, you are the fairest of all I see, but over the hills." And then the queen stopped the looking glass right there and said, "Tut, tut, tut. If you tell me that Snow White is alive again, I swear to God, I'm going to go over there and strangle her with my bare hands in front of the dwarves." And the mirror said, "Can I finish?" Before the queen relented. "But over the hills where the 7 dwarves dwell, Snow White is still alive and well, and none is so fair as she." When she heard the glass speak, she trembled and shook with rage. "Snow White shall die," she cried, "even if it costs me my life." Once again, the queen was so angry that she didn't realize that the problem was the mirror and not her. With that, she went into a quiet, secret, lonely room where no one had ever came. There she made a very poisonous apple. Outside it looked pretty, white with a red cheek, so that everyone who saw it longed for it, but whoever ate a piece of it must surely die. When the apple was ready, and she painted her face, and dressed herself up as a country woman. And so she went over to the 7 mountains, to the 7 dwarves. She knocked at the door, and Snow White put her head out of the window and said, "I cannot let anyone in. The 7 dwarves have forbidden me." "It is all the same to me," answered the woman. "I shall soon get rid of my apples. Here, I will give you one." "No," said Snow White, "I dare not take anything." "Are you afraid of poison?" said the old woman. "Look, I will cut the apple in 2 pieces. You eat the red cheek, and I will eat the white." The apple was so cunningly made that only the red cheek was poisoned. Snow White longed for a fine apple, and when she saw that the woman ate a part of it, she could resist no longer, and stretched out her hand and took the poisonous half. But hardly had she taken a bite than she fell down dead. And then the queen and almost everyone around her all got up and said, "You stupid bitch," before continuing onwards with her life. Then the queen looked at her with a dreadful look and laughed aloud and said, "White as snow, red as blood, and black as ebony wood. This time the dwarves cannot wake you up again." And when she asked the looking glass at home, looking glass on the wall, who is the fairest of them all?" It answered at last, "O queen, in this land you are the fairest of all." Then her envious heart had rest, so far as an envious heart can have rest. The dwarves, when they came home in the evening, found Snow White lying upon the ground. She breathed no longer and was dead. And honestly, that should be the end of the story, because this is the 3rd time that you were warned, Snow White. This is the fucking 3rd to 4th time that you had a warning about letting people in or taking things from others. Yeah, you're stupid, you stupid bitch. The first time, whatever, you're 7 years old. The 2nd and 3rd time, nah, that's on you. You're just dumb. That's a brain damage situation. Also, you'd think the queen would learn from this after Snow White finally died, to just be like, "Oh, I am the prettiest. Okay, well, I'm chill now, I guess." The dwarves, when they came home in the evening, found Snow White lying upon the ground. She breathed no longer and was dead. They lifted her up and looked to see whether they could find anything poisonous, unlaced her, combed her hair, and washed her with water and wine. But it was all of no use. The poor child was dead and remained dead. They laid her upon a bier, and all 7 of them sat around it and wept for her, and wept for 3 days long, which is about the amount of time that they knew Snow White. 3 days. Then they were going to bury her, but she still looked as if she were alive, and she still had her pretty red cheeks. They said, "We could not bury her in the ground," and they had a transparent coffin of glass made, so that she could be seen from all sides, and they laid her in it. And in the golden letters wrote upon it her name, and that she was the king's daughter, which, by the way, the king is not a part of this story. Like, the stepmother came in and just, you know, killed the king's child, and the king was just like, oh, okay. That's cool. I'm just here to get my dick wet, I guess. You can kill my kid. I don't care. And that's how the king was. Here comes the actual weirdo. Yeah, well, there's a lot of actual weirdos. Hi, Roy. He just let it happen. Based king, I guess. Then they put the coffin out on the mountain, and one of them always stayed by and watched it. And the birds came too and wept for Snow White. First an owl, then a raven, and last the dove. The same dove from the Cinderella story, mind you. And now Snow White lay a long time in the coffin, and she did not change, but looked as if she were asleep, for she was as white as snow, as red as blood, and her hair was as black as ebony. It happened, however, that a king's son, not the same king's son, this isn't incest, came into the forest and went to the dwarf's house to spend the night. He saw the coffin on the mountain and the beautiful Snow White inside it, and read what was written upon it in golden letters. Then he said to the dwarfs, "Let me have the coffin. I will give you whatever you want for it." But the dwarfs answered, "We will not part with it for all the gold in the world, because this is a king's son who is trying to buy the dead body of a 7-year-old who is put inside of a golden coffin." Just gonna let that sink in. Thank you for the raid, Monkey Jumper. Hope you had a good stream. Then he said, "Let me have it as a gift, for I cannot live without seeing Snow White. I will honor and prize her as my dearest possession, because women don't have rights back then for some reason." I just would like to point out that this is a grown king's son trying to get the dead body of a 7-year-old. Hi, Selkie. Are you here for bedtime stories? Jesus Christ. "I will honor and prize her as my dearest possession, because we all know women don't have rights in these days." As he spoke in this way, the good dwarfs took pity on him and gave him the coffin. And now the king's son had it carried away by his servants on their shoulders, and it happened that they stumbled over a tree stump, and with a shock, the poisonous piece of apple which Snow White had bitten off came out of her throat, and before long she had opened her eyes, lifted up the lid of the coffin, sat up, and once more alive. "Oh heavens, where am I?" she cried. The king's son, full of joy, said, "You are with me," and told her what had happened, and said, "I love you more than everything in the world. Come with me to my father's palace, and you shall be my wife." So 1, the dwarves have never heard of the Heimlich maneuver. 2, the older adult king's son that has, you know, all of that, bought the dead body of a 7-year-old, and when the 7-year-old came to life, said, "You're gonna be my wife now." Now, Snow White is a dumbass. Don't get me wrong. Snow White's a stupid motherfucker. But get her out of this scenario, bro. Get her out of this scenario, please. She may be a stupid motherfucker, but this is wrong. Snow White was willing and went with him, and their wedding was held with the great show and splendor. But Snow White's wicked stepmother was also invited to the feast. When she had dressed herself in beautiful clothes, she went before the looking-glass and said, looking glass on the wall, who in this land is the fairest of them all?" The glass answered, "Oh, queen, of all here, the fairest is you, but the young queen is fairer by far, it's true." Then the wicked queen uttered a curse, and was so miserable, so utterly miserable, that she knew not what to do. At first she would not go to the wedding at all, but she had no peace. She must go see the young queen. And when she went in, she knew Snow White. She stood still with rage and fear, and she could not stir. But iron slippers had already been put upon the fire, and they were brought in with tongs and set before her. Then she was forced to put on red-hot shoes and dance until she dropped down dead. And that's the end of Snow White. The ending of Snow White was the jealous queen, who is very insecure, was made to put on red-hot slippers and dance until she died. Now, don't get me wrong. Is the queen wrong for killing a child and listening to a pedophile? Yes. But, like, just put her down, man. What is this whole dance until you die thing? Womp womp. So we all know the true villains of each story are In Cinderella, the people that needed to be punished the most were the dad and Cinderella's stepmom. In this story, the king's son, which, to be fair, again, they don't say the age of the king's son, but it's kind of implied that he's older. I don't know, man. Like, why would a 7-year-old king's son be wandering around the wilderness by himself? The mirror, on the other hand, is a definite. It's fucked up. All right, chat. You guys got another classic fairy tale that you'd like me to read? We have Little Red Riding Hood, we have Rapunzel, we have Hansel and Gretel, we have Sleeping Beauty, we have a lot of, we have Rumpelstiltskin. I know you motherfuckers like Rumpelstiltskin. Now that's a man right there. Also, why are all the kings in this story like slutty? Like Cinderella, the king in Cinderella, what's his name? The dad in Cinderella's story was a slut. His wife died, and then a year later he's like, I'm gonna get my dick wet with the aforementioned flappy old woman vagina. And then the king in Snow White also was like, my wife is dead, all right, time to get a new one. Moral of the book: men are harlots. So we want, there's Hansel and Gretel. I see a lot of Rapunzels. Do you guys want Rapunzel? Rapunzel is chapter 12, page 44. It doesn't have to be lifelong devotion. Just a little bit longer than a year before you start dating again, man. I don't know. Hansel and Gretel's sad face. Are you trying to guilt trip me? What's that sad face supposed to be? I know you're not that sad that I'm not reading Hansel and Gretel. What was it? Page 43? What did I just say? Sad face, sad face, sad face. All right. I don't think I've read Rapunzel before, but here we go. Rapunzel is only 2 pages. Rapunzel is a short story. My God. Chat, out of Snow White and Cinderella, which one did you like more? I feel like Cinderella was better. I hate Snow White. I feel like Cinderella was a petty bitch, but she wasn't stupid, you know what I mean? Well, she was stupid, but she wasn't as stupid as Snow White. Also, the Cinderella story doesn't have as much, you know, of the other shit. I liked the birds in Cinderella. Oh, the bird that brought her the battle pass so she could gritty dance all over her stepsister's corpse. Yeah, that's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, that's a good one. Alright, let's read Rapunzel. There once was a man and a woman who had long in vain wished for a child. At length the woman hoped that God was about to grant her desire. Because, you know, instead of, you know, just getting fucked and getting her back blown out by her husband, she was like, oh, I wish God was here to give me a child instead. I don't know what kind of cuckoldry they were into, but this is definitely like a religious cuckold situation. These people had a little window at the back of their house made from which a splendid garden could be seen, which was full of the most beautiful flowers and herbs. It was, however, surrounded by a high wall, and no one dared to go into it because it belonged to the enchantress named Dame Gothel, who had great power and was dreaded by all the world. One day the woman was standing by this window and looked down into the garden when she saw a bed which was planted with the most beautiful rampion, Rapunzel, and it looked so fresh and green that she had longed for it, and she had the greatest desire to eat some. This desire increased every day as she knew that she could not get any of it. She quite pined away and looked pale and miserable. Then her husband was alarmed and asked, "What ails you, my dear wife?" "Pregnancy craving? Question mark. I grant thy a holy cock." "Ah," she replied, "if I can't get some of thy rampion, which is in the garden behind our house, I shall die." Okay, I mean, little dramatic, bitch, but alright, fine, sure, whatever. You know, you could just eat a whole tub of Cool Whip. That's like 600 calories, Rapunzel's mom. Like, honey, I'll get you a tub of Cool Whip. Eat that shit instead. Whatever. Who am I to argue with the pregnant woman? The man who loved her thought, sooner than let your wife die, bring her some of the rampion herself. Let it cost you what it will. In the twilight of the evening, he clambered down over the wall into the garden of the enchantress, hastily clutched a handful of rampion and took it to his wife. She had once made herself a salad of it, and ate it with much delight. She, however, liked it so much, so very much, the next day she longed for it 3 times as much before. Because, you know, at this point, the story is like, hey, don't give in to your needs or else you're just going to become addicted to it. Imagine eating a salad of just of just flowers. Bro is literally Sid from Ice Age. The last dandelion of the season. So very much the next day she longed for it 3 times as much before. If he was to have any rest, her husband must once more descend into the garden. In the gloom of the evening, therefore, he let himself down again. But when he had clambered down the wall, he was terribly afraid, for he saw the enchantress standing before him. How can you dare? And she, with an angry look, to descend into my garden and steal my rampion like a thief? You shall suffer for it. Ah, answered he, let mercy take place of justice. I only made up my mind to do it out of necessity. My wife saw your rampion from the window and felt such a longing for it that she would have died if she had not gone to eat some. Imagine somebody steals from you and says, yeah, well, I would have died if I didn't have your flat screen TV. Like, okay, bro. I would have died if you... I'll die if you don't die. Like, what? Then the enchantress allowed her anger to be softened and said to him, if the case be as you say, I will allow you to take away as much rampion as you will. I only make one condition. You must give me the child which your wife will bring into the world. It shall be well treated, and I will care for it like a mother. The man in his terror consented to everything, and when the woman gave birth, the enchantress appeared at once, gave the child the name of Rapunzel, and took it away with her. Rapunzel grew into the most beautiful child beneath the sun. When she was 12 years old, the enchantress shut her into the tower, which lay in a forest, and had neither stairs nor door, but quiet at the top was a little window. When the enchantress wanted to go in, she placed herself beneath it and cried, Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair to me. Rapunzel had magnificent long hair, fine as spun gold, and when she heard the voice of the enchantress, she unfastened her braided tresses, wound them round one of the hooks of the window above, and then the hair fell 20 ells down, and the enchantress climbed up to it. After a year or two, it came to pass the king's son rode through the forest and went by the tower. Then he had heard a song which was so charming that he stood still and listened. This was Rapunzel, who in her solitude passed her time in letting her sweet voice resound. The king's son wanted to climb up to her, and looked for a door of the tower, but none was to be found. He rode home, and by singing had so deeply touched his heart, that every day he went into the forest and listened to it. Once, when he was standing behind a tree, he saw that an enchantress came there, and there she cried, Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair. Then Rapunzel let down the braids of her hair, and the enchantress climbed up to her. If that is the ladder by which one mounts, I will at once try my fortune, said he. And the next day, when it began to grow dark, he went to the tower and cried, Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair. Guys, we don't know what age he is, alright? You can relax in this story. It was the Snow White one that was weird. Immediately, the hair fell down, and the king's son climbed... What if this is the same king's son from every other story? And the king's son climbed up. At first, Rapunzel was terribly frightened when a man such as her eyes had never yet beheld came to her. But the king's son began to talk to her, quite like a friend, and told her that his heart had been so stirred that it let him have no rest, and he had been forced to see her. Then Rapunzel lost her fear, and we asked if she would take him for her husband, and she saw that he was young and handsome. Young, there we go, okay. And when she saw that he was young and handsome, she thought, he will love me more than the old Dame Gothel does. That's crazy. Like, Rapunzel doesn't know that Dame Gothel isn't her mother. So calling her Dame Gothel is wild. She thought that, and she said yes, and laid her hand in his, but she said, I will willingly go away with you, but I do not know how to get down. Bring with you a skein of silk every time that you come, and I will weave a ladder with it. And when that is ready, I will descend, and you will come take me on your horse. They agreed that until the time come, he should come to her every morning, for the old woman... wait, I'm reading this wrong. Came by day. The enchantress remarked nothing of this until once Rapunzel said to her, "Tell me, Dame Gothel, how it happens that you are so much heavier for me to draw up than the young king's son. He's with me in hardly a minute." "Ah, you wicked child," cried the enchantress. "What do I hear you say? I thought I had separated you from all the world, and you have deceived me." Yeah, wait, Rapunzel, you are you stupid? Wait. Rapunzel was like, "Don't tell my mom that you're coming to visit me." And then immediately Rapunzel was like, "Damn, mom, you fat as fuck. The king's son is way skinnier than you." Like, what? What? Rapunzel really said, "Yo mama fat," to herself. What the fuck? In her anger, she clutched Rapunzel's beautiful tresses, wrapped them twice round her hand, seized a pair of scissors with her right, and snip, snap, they were cut off, and the lovely braids lay on the ground, and she was so pitiless that she took poor Rapunzel into a desert where she had to live in great grief and misery. On the same day she had cast out Rapunzel, the enchantress fastened the braids of hair, which she had kept onto the hook of the window, and the evening when the king's son came and cried, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair." She let the hair down, the king's son ascended, but he did not find his dearest Rapunzel above, but the enchantress, who gazed at him with wicked and venomous looks. "Aha," she cried mockingly, "you would fetch your dearest, but the beautiful bird sits no longer singing in the nest. The cat has got it, and will scratch out your eyes as well. Rapunzel is lost to you, you'll never see her more." The king's son was beside himself with pain, and in his despair he leapt down from the tower. He jumped out the window. He escaped with his life, but the thorns into which he leapt down from the tower pierced his eyes. Then he wandered quiet, blind, about the forest, ate nothing but roots and berries, and did nothing but lament and weep over the loss of his dearest wife. Thus he roamed about in misery for some years, and at length came to the desert where Rapunzel, with the twins to which she had given birth, a boy and a girl. They fucked? What? What the fucker do you mean? Oh my god. What is wrong with both of these kids? So he's blind, and Rapunzel got her hair cut and gave birth to twins. Again, hey, listen, asshole, I'm right here. What are you confusing my face with? What? Sorry, I'm gonna get angry and yell. Hey, tracking software, what are you confusing my face for? Is it because of is it because of what I'm wearing? Is it the clothing that I'm wearing? I'm wearing a white outfit. How are you seeing a face in my white outfit? What is happening? There's actually a ghost, sitting next to my titty. There's a ghost resting their head on my man titties, apparently, while, staring at me. Ray, you stop. Ray, you get off of me. Jesus Christ. And they lived in wretchedness. He heard a voice, and it seemed so familiar to him that he went towards it. And when he approached, Rapunzel knew him and embraced him and wept. Two of her tears wetted his eyes, and they grew clear again, and he could see with them as before. He led her to his kingdom, where he was joyfully received, and they lived for a long time afterwards, happy and content. Okay, what is the moral of this story? Don't lie? Don't steal? What? Okay, playback time. Rapunzel's parents, greedy, went in with pregnancy urges, ate food that wasn't theirs, and then sold their child off for the food. Enchantress, you did actually love Rapunzel as her own daughter, until Rapunzel called her fat and told her that she was seeing a boy. Then the enchantress cut off Rapunzel's hair, which is not really a bad, lore, but dumped a pregnant Rapunzel in a desert. And apparently she was fine because she lived for long enough to give birth. And then the prince who was seeing Rapunzel got his eyes gouged out, not because of her, not because of the enchantress. He jumped out and landed in the eye patch and lost his eyes from that. What is going on? What was this story? The story's theme was call your mother fat and then all of the good things will happen to you. What? Don't make unfair deals for food? Why? They came out fine. They turned out on top from that. Respect your mother? Why? Rapunzel didn't need to and came out on top. Alright, I guess I learned a lot from this. Okay, Rapunzel, thanks. What was the reasoning behind this? Okay, okay. What's the next story do you guys want? Little Red Riding Hood, Rumpelstiltskin, Hansel and Gretel. What are you feeling? What are you feeling? Sleeping Beauty is on there too. Hansel and Gretel. You guys really like Hansel and Gretel. Okay. Hansel and Gretel. I'm pretty sure in Hansel and Gretel's storyline, they're actually just piece of shit children. Like they're actually evil. Or something like that. Hansel and Gretel, chapter 15, page 54. Well, here we go. Page 54. Next story. Is there the Little Mermaid in there? Little Mermaid isn't Grimm's fairy tales. I think. Wait, no, it actually is, isn't it? Hold on, let me check. I don't think it is. I'm pretty sure it's written by somebody else. That's like a separate story. Grimm Fairy Tales is not Little Mermaid. That's Hans Christian Andersen. Got it. Page 54. Hansel and Gretel. All right, Chad. Here we go. Hope you guys are getting snacks and being all comfy for this. Why is the ad so loud? Wah, wah. The ads are loud. Wah. Oh wait, you can't hear it because you're listening to an ad. Once again, I would like to remind the populace of my stream that the reason we have ads is that way you don't get pre-rolls. Because if you get pre-rolls, then you're more likely to leave the stream as soon as you join, rather than getting an ad in the middle of the stream where you're forced to sit through it and then you can come back. This is a good thing, and you're only getting 1 minute and 30 seconds of ads. You're only getting 1 minute and 30 seconds. I hear people all the time being like, ugh, I got 5 ads. Oh yeah? How long are the ads? How long is each ad? It's 1 minute of ads. 1 minute and 30 seconds. You disgust me. You are not getting 10 minutes. Shut the fuck up. You only get 3 minutes of ads total every hour. I'd rather pre-rolls. I wouldn't. I lose viewers by having pre-rolls on. Nobody's leaving when they get an ad in the middle of the stream. They're leaving when they get a pre-roll ad. They're like, I give up. I'm not. It's too late. I don't want to wait. Every second away from you is torture. I'm gonna read now. Near a great forest dwelt a poor woodcutter with his wife and his 2 children. The boy was called Hansel and the girl Gretel. I just want to point out that Gretel is a way worse name compared to Hansel. Sorry. He had little to bite and break, and when great scarcity fell on the land, he could no longer procure daily bread. Now when he thought over this at night in his bed and tossed about in his anxiety, he groaned and said to his wife, "What is to become of us? How are we to feed our poor children when we no longer have anything even for ourselves?" "I'll tell you what, husband," answered the woman. "Early tomorrow morning we'll take the children into our forest where it is thickest. There we will light a fire for them, give each of them 1 piece of bread, and then we will go to our work and leave them alone." They will not find a way home again, and we shall get rid of them. Now, one thing about this story, Chet, that you will like, and this is, you're about to hear it. We finally have a man in the story. "No, wife," said the man, "I will not do that. How can I bear to leave my children alone in the forest? The wild animals would soon come and tear them to pieces." "Oh, you fool," said she. "Then we must all four die of hunger. You may as well plane the planks for our coffins." And she said left him no peace until he consented. "But I feel very sorry for the poor children all the same," said the man. The two children had also not been able to sleep for hunger, and had heard what their stepmother had said to their father. Gretel wept bitter tears and said to Hansel, "Now is all over for us." "Hush, Gretel," said Hansel. "Do not distress yourself. I will soon find a way to help us." And when the old folks had fallen asleep, he got up, put on his little coat, opened the door below, and crept outside. Now, the real reason why they were so broke is that Hansel, and Hansel knew this, was spending all of their money on Robux for when he was playing Roblox. Gretel had known about this for a long time, but did not stop Hansel at all. When the dad and the stepmother found out, they decided this was the only way for them all to survive, for they had already spent all their money on the Roblox. Now Hansel had just skins in Roblox and nothing else. The moon shone brightly, and white pebbles which lay in front of the house glittered like real silver pennies. Hansel stooped to put as many of them in the pocket of his coat as he could possibly get in. Then he went back and said to Gretel, "Be comforted, dear little sister, and sleep in peace. God will not forsake us. I was not wrong for spending money on Roblox, and I'll show you today." Mitty, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream, Raiders. We're reading Grim Fairy Tales. And Thanatos, thank you for the 2 gifted subs. You have a big dick, a big heart, even bigger wallet. Big love. When day dawned, but before the sun had risen, the woman came and awoke the 2 children, saying, "Get up, you sluggards. We are going into the forest to fetch wood." She gave each a little piece of bread and then said, "There is something for your dinner, but do not eat it up before then, for you will get nothing else." Gretel took the bread under her apron, as Hansel had the stones in his pocket. Then they all set out together on the way to the forest. When they had walked a short time, Hansel stood still and peeped back at the house, and did so again and again. His father said, "Hansel, what are you looking at there and staying behind for? Mind yourself and do not forget to use your legs." "Ah, father," said Hansel, "I am looking at my little white cat, which is sitting up on the roof, and wants to say goodbye to me." The wife said, "Fool, that is not your little cat. That is the morning sun which is shining on the chimneys." Wild thing. Wild thing to confuse a cat with. The sun. Wild thing to confuse a cat with. Oh my god, double raid. Demonic Psycho and Midi Kita, thank you guys for the raids. Welcome to the stream, Raiders. My name is PorcelainMaid. I used to be a sexy sack of man meat before I died and my soul got trapped inside the body of a sexier female doll. You dude, talking quietly is making me tired. He and pronouns, but if you're still confused about pronouns of the 21st century, you can think of me as a bisexual's wet dream. Sexy male voice trapped inside of a sexier female doll. I give you a curtsy out of courtesy because I'm elegant as fuck like that. And Raiders, did you know if you follow the stream, you can gain 3 extra inches to your dick size? That's right, your dick can go from... Well, I'm doing the curtsy first. That's right, your dick can go from here to here. Enjoy the bigger dick size. Big love to you, and thank you for coming by. Hello, welcome in. Hi. Ignore the book on the pecs. Just ignore that. Ignore my pectoral muscles. Pretend that you don't see that. Actually, thank you. When they had reached the middle of the forest, the father said, "Now, children, pile up some wood. I will light a fire that you may not be cold." Hansel and Gretel gathered brushwood together, as high as a little hill. The brushwood was lighted, and when the flames were burning very high, the woman said, "Now, children, lay yourselves down by the fire and rest. We will go into the forest and cut some wood. When we have done, we will come back and fetch you away." I hope you guys had a good stream. Hansel and Gretel sat by the fire, and when noon came, each ate a little piece of their bread, and as they heard strokes of the wood axe, they believed that their father was near. It was not, however, the axe. It was a branch which he had fastened to a withered tree, which the wind was blowing backwards and forwards. And as they had been sitting such a long time, their eyes shut with fatigue, and they fell fast asleep. When at last they awoke, it was already dark night. Gretel began to cry and said, "How are we to get out of the forest now?" But Hansel comforted her and said, "Just wait a little until the moon has risen, and we will soon find the way." And when the full moon had risen, Hansel took his little sister by the hand and followed the pebbles which shone like newly coined silver pieces had showed them the way. They walked the whole night long, and by break of day came once more to their father's house. They knocked at the door, and when the woman opened it and saw that it was Hansel and Gretel, she said, "You naughty children, why have you slept so long in the forest? We thought you were never coming back at all." The father, however, rejoiced, for it had caught him to the heart to leave them behind alone. Not long afterwards there was once more great scarcity in all parts, and the children heard their mother saying at night to their father, "Everything is eaten again. We have one loaf left, and after that there is no more." I have a suggestion. Eat the wife. And I don't mean in the same way that those man whores from the other stories were doing. Consume wife. Just a thought.
Oh me, oh my, oh my, oh me, oh me, oh my,
Shut
oh my,
up,
oh.
Monarch. You're so fucking loud. Christ. Trying to fucking have a relaxing stream. Damn. The children must go. We will take them farther into the woods so that they will not find their way out again. There is no other means of saving ourselves. The man's heart was heavy, and he thought it would be better for you to share the last mouthful with your children. The woman, however, would listen to nothing that he had to say, but scolded and reproached him. He who says A must B. Wait, he who says A must say B. Likewise, as he had yielded for the first time, he had to do so the second time. Are you trying to sunk cost fallacy this man into killing his children? What the fuck? The children were, however, still awake and had heard the conversation. When the old folks were asleep, Hansel again got up and wanted to go out to the door to pick up pebbles as he had done before. But the woman had locked the door, and Hansel could not get out. Nevertheless, he comforted his little sister and said, "Do not cry, Gretel. Go to sleep quietly. The good God will help us." Once again, God will not let us, will not let me look bad for spending all of our money on Roblox. God knows that it's necessary. God knows that it's something that we need to become good Christians. And because God knows that a good Christian plays Roblox, I will be spared from his wrath, and we will live with our family happily. Early in the morning came to the woman, and took the children out of their beds. Their bit of bread was given to them, but it was still smaller than the time before. On the way into the forest, Hansel crumbled his in his pocket and often stood still and threw a morsel on the ground. "Hansel, why do you stop and look round?" said the father. "Go on." "I am looking back at my little pigeon which is sitting on the roof. It wants to say goodbye to me," answered Hansel. "Simpleton," said the woman, "that is not your little pigeon. That is the morning sun that is shining the chimney." Hansel, however, little by little threw all the crumbs on the path. She's got to understand that he's doing it on purpose at this point. Like, nobody can confuse the sun with anything. Jesus Christ. The woman led the children still deeper into the forest, where they had never in their lives been before. There a great fire was again made, and the mother said, "Just sit here, you children, and when you are tired you may sleep a little. We are going into the forest to cut wood, and in the evening when we are done we will come and fetch you away." When it was noon, Gretel shared her piece of bread with Hansel, who had scattered his by the way. Then they fell asleep and evening came, but no one came to the poor children. They did not awake until it was dark night, and Hansel comforted his little sister and said, "Just wait, Gretel, until the moon rises, and then we shall see the crumbs of bread which I have strewn about. They will show us our way home again." When the moon came, they set out, but they found no crumbs, for the many thousands of birds which flew in the woods and fields had picked them all up. Hansel said to Gretel, "We shall soon find the way," but they did not find it. They walked the whole night and the next day too, from the morning till evening, but they did not get out of the forest and were very hungry. For they had nothing to eat but 2 or 3 berries which grew on the ground. And as they were so weary that their legs would carry them no longer, they laid down beneath the tree and slept. It was now 3 mornings since they had left their father's house. They began to walk again, but they always got deeper into the forest, and if help did not come soon, they would die of hunger and weariness. When it was midday, they saw a beautiful snow-white bird sitting on a bough, which sang so delightfully that they stood still and listened to it. And when it had finished its song, it spread its wings and flew away from them. And they followed it until they reached a little house, on the roof of which it alighted. And when they came up to the quiet little house, they saw it was built of bread and covered with cakes, but that the windows were of clear sugar. "We will set to work on that," said Hansel, "and have a good meal. I will eat a bit of the roof, and you, Gretel, can eat some of the window. It will taste sweet." Hansel reached up above and broke off a little of the roof to try how it tasted, and Gretel leaned against the window and nibbled on the panes. Then a soft voice cried from the room, "Nibble, nibble, gnaw! Who is nibbling at my little house?" The children answered, the wind, the heaven-born wind. Please believe us. It's the wind. We're knocking on your house. Ooh, schizophrenia. Ooh, schizophrenia. Ooh, voices in your head. Voices in your head, old one. Voices in your head." And went on eating without disturbing themselves. Hansel, who thought the roof tasted very nice, tore down a great piece of it, and Gretel pushed out the whole of one round window pane, sat down, and enjoyed herself with it. Suddenly, the door opened, and a very, very old woman, who supported herself on crutches, came creeping out. Hansel and Gretel were so terribly frightened that they let fall what they had in their hands. The old woman, however, nodded her head and said, "You motherfuckers! I knew I wasn't schizophrenic. I knew there were children gnawing on my house. How dare you? You're going in the stew!" Which is what she thought to herself, but instead she said out loud, "Oh, you dear children, who has brought you here? Do come in and stay with me. No harm shall happen to you." She took them both by the hand and led them into her little house. Then good food was set before them, milk and pancakes, with sugar and apples and nuts. Afterwards, 2 pretty little beds were covered with clean white linen, and Hansel and Gretel lay down in them, and thought they were in heaven. The old woman had only pretended to be kind, and she was in reality a wicked witch, who lay in wait for children, and had built the little house of bread in order to entice them there. I recommend Struwelpeter as the next bad kid story written by the Germans. So to the 10% German audience that I have, which is huge amount, by the way. You're like 4th most popular country that watches VTubers. How do you guys feel about half of these stories being written by you guys? You guys proud? You guys enjoying yourselves? Hello, hello. Thank you, Alice. I will check it out. Very proud. More collected, not really written. Germans in the chat, rise up. You were my Hansel and Gretels. When a child fell into her power, she killed it, cooked it, and ate it. And that was a feast day with her. Witches have red eyes and cannot see far, but they have a keen scent like the beasts, and are aware when human beings draw near. When Hansel and Gretel came into her neighborhood, she laughed maliciously and said mockingly, "I have them, and they shall not escape me again." Wait. What do you mean again? What? That's not a mistype. I get. Okay, well, whatever. Makoto, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. You have a big dick, a big heart, even bigger wallet. Thank you for the generous donation. Big love. Much appreciated. Early in the morning, before the children were awake, she was already up, and when she saw both of them sleeping and looking so pretty with their plump red cheeks, she muttered to herself, "That will be a dainty mouthful." Woman, listen, I know that you're just a cannibal and not a freak like in the other stories, but could you at least, like, you know, use better words than this? Like, I know you're not like the mirror from the other story, but, like, if you're gonna be a cannibal, at least make the words a little bit more better written, that they don't sound weird. Then she seized Hansel with her shriveled hand, carried him into a little stable, and shut him with the grated door. He might scream as he liked, that was of no use. Then she went to Gretel, shook her till she awoke, and cried, "Get up, lazy thing, fetch some water and cook something good for your brother. He's in the stable outside, and it is to be made of fat." When he is fat, I will eat him. Oh. Wait, what? He is in the stable outside and is to be made fat. When he is fat, I will eat him. Oh, okay. Wait, hold on. I misread it. I thought that she put Hansel into an oven, not in the stable, but it said she put Hansel into the stable. My bad. My bad. No. I read it wrong. I read it wrong. I thought she was already cooking Hansel when he was, like, skinny. I was like, bitch, what? Don't you want that motherfucker to be plump? Hello? I was like, he's a little skinny for you right now. Don't you want a better meal than that? Plump and supple. You were so fun to watch in the Tekken tournament. 10 out of 10 vibes. Hey, thank you. I'm actually going to probably do... I'm going to play more Tekken tomorrow. I hope it was fun to watch in the Tekken tournament, bro. The one time I streamed the Tekken tournament, I was like so depressed. I was like, I'm so bad. I'm losing. The first time I was streaming Tekken was really fun, though. And I want to do that again tomorrow after I hang out with my friend Megalodon. I'll probably ask Zen to play with me so I can beat the shit out of her again. And then I probably want to ask Heavenly to play with me because he's the same rank as me and he's a king player. And I need to put down king players. I need them to know that they're nothing. I need to like specifically practice against king players, so every time I can play against a king player, I can shut them down and call them pathetic losers that know nothing about the actual game. So that's my training arc. That's my training arc. I need to fraud alert all the king players because that's what they are. I'm kidding. I hate every character in the game besides mine. Don't worry, I'm a real Tekken player. I think all the characters except for the character that I play is ass. And cheating, and busted, and broken. Ahem. And now the best food was cooked for poor Hansel. Full of lovely meals like sugar, spice, sugar. Maybe a macaroon. Gretel's not really the best at making macaroons, but she tried her best. And they still tasted just as good. Honestly, they just really fed Hansel like McDonald's meals every 5 days to see how fat he would get before cooking him. But also the witch was worried that Hansel might taste bad like that. And now the best food was cooked for poor Hansel. McDonald's meals, pancakes, sugar. But Gretel got nothing but crab shells. Every morning the woman crept up to the little stable and cried, "Hansel, stretch out your finger that I may feel if you will soon be fat." Hansel, however, stretched out a little bone to her, and the old woman who had dim eyes could not see it and thought it was Hansel's finger, and was astonished that there was no way of fattening him. When 4 weeks had gone by and Hansel still stayed thin, she was seized with impatience and would not wait any longer. "Now, Gretel," she cried to the girl, "be active and bring some water. Let Hansel be fat or lean. Tomorrow I will kill him and cook him." Which is, you know, these kids are really smart considering the fact that they're like duping everyone. I respect it. Then again, this is basically ableism. They're making fun of a blind woman. I just need to point that out. This is quite literally ableism. Like, yeah, you're trying to survive being eaten, but you're making fun of a blind woman. These kids are going to grow up to be menaces. A blind cannibal woman? No excuse. Listen, alright? I'm just saying, it's still ableism. These kids are survivors. Oh, so if the kid was suddenly racist? If instead of being blind, she was she was like a minority cannibal woman? Is it okay that the kids are racist? Do you see what I mean here? Necessary evil. What are you, Hollywood? Boo, ableism. They're making fun of the blind woman. They're using her blindness to their advantage. Are you shaming the kids for not wanting to get eaten? I'm just saying, you know, cannibals are a minority. They're doubling down on beating the fuck out of a double minority. How many people are blind and how many people are cannibals? Small amount. Small amount. I'm not sympathizing with the cannibal. I'm just saying it's a little ableist, you know what I mean? A little ableist. Imagine laughing at your own jokes. Jesus Christ. And how the poor little sister did lament when she had to fetch the water, and her tears did flow down over her cheeks. Dear God, do help us. I'm sorry about spending all of our money on Roblox. I will never play Roblox ever again if we can survive through this. If the wild beasts in the forest had devoured us, at least we should have died together. Just keep your noise to yourself, said the old woman. All that won't help you at all. God isn't real, because I am your God here. You had enjoyable times playing Roblox, and now I will have an enjoyable time consuming your brother. Early in the morning, Gretel had to go out and hang up the cauldron with the water and light the fire. We will bake first, said the old woman. I have already heated the oven and kneaded the dough. She pushed poor Gretel out to the oven, from which flames of fire were already darting. Creep it, said the witch, and see if it is properly heated, so that we can shut the bread in. And once Gretel was inside, she intended to shut the oven and let her bake in it, and then she would eat her too. But Gretel saw what she had in mind and said, I do not know how I am to do it. How do you get in? Silly goose, said the... Why did she say that like that? Oh, silly goose, said the old woman. The door is big enough. Just look. I can get in myself. And she crept up and thrust her head into the oven. Then Gretel gave her a big push and drove her far into it and shut the iron door, fastened the bolt. Oh! Then she began to howl quite horribly, but Gretel ran away, and the godless witch was miserably burnt to death. Gretel, however, ran like lightning to Hansel, opened his little stable, and cried, Hansel, we are saved! The old witch is dead! Then Hansel sprang out like a bird from his cage, and when the doors opened for it, how they did rejoice and embrace each other, and dance about and kiss each other. I mean, I get it, but like, okay. Shouldn't you guys, like...
Tell the Little Mermaid story. That's a good story and a sad ending.
It's not... Little Mermaid is not grim fairy tale. No, we're not... This isn't a Step Bro story. Relax. And as they had no longer any need to fear her, they went into the witch's house, and in every corner there stood chests full of pearls and jewels. These are far better than pebbles, said Hansel, and thrust into his pockets whatever he could get in. And Gretel said, I too will take something home with me, and filled her pinafore full. But now we will go away, said Hansel, that we may get out of the witch's forest. When they had walked for 2 hours, they came to the great body of water. We cannot get over, said Hansel. I see no footplank and no bridge, and no boat crosses either, answered Gretel. But a white duck is swimming here. If I ask her, she will help us over, they cried. I don't remember this part. Little duck, do you see? Hansel and Gretel are waiting for you. There's never a plank or bridge in sight. Take us across on your back so white. The duck came to them, and Hansel seated himself on his back and told his sister to sit by him. No, replied Gretel, that will be too heavy for the little duck. She shall take us across one after the other. The good little duck did so, and when they were safely across, they had walked for a short time. The forest seemed to be more and more familiar to them, and at length they saw from afar their father's house. Then they began to run, rushed into the parlor, and threw themselves into their father's arms. The man had not known one happy hour since he had left the children into the forest. The woman, however, was dead. No explanation. No, that is not ad-lib. I was not ad-libbing that. That's literally what is written. That's not me saying it this time. I know I've been ad-libbing occasionally, but that's just what he wrote. Oh my god. The man had not known one happy hour since he had left his children in the forest. The woman, however, was dead. Full stop, period. No explanation, no reasoning, no when, no why, no where. The woman, however, was dead. God, man. Misogyny really reigned supreme. All the women in this story died. Holy shit. We went from dumbass men to himbo father that did all the women around him just die. During Women's History Month? Gretel emptied her pinafore until pearls and precious stones ran about the room. Wait, are they trying to imply that the woman was a witch? Are they trying to imply that the woman was the witch? Because when originally the woman said they will not try, these kids will not get away from me again. That makes so much sense. I mean, I kind of had the idea. It makes sense how the woman was so aggressive. Yeah, the stepmother, well, she's not a stepmom. I'm pretty sure it is her actual mom, I think. I think that's their actual mother, isn't it? They were born of a witch. Poor woodcutter and his wife and his 2 children. It never says stepmom at all, so that means they were born of a witch. That's probably why they're so smart. They changed it later to stepmom. Why do they gotta make stepmothers so ass? Like, your birth mother can be a piece of shit too, bro. Stepmoms can be good sometimes. Oh no, step bro. Oh no, stepson. Oh no, stepmom. Oh god, Jesus Christ. Where was I? I kept making too many jokes. Gretel emptied her pinafore until pearls and precious stones ran about the room, and Hansel threw out one handful after another out of his pocket to add to them. Then all anxiety was at an end, and they lived together in perfect happiness. My tale is done. See the mouse run. Whoever catches it may make himself a big fur cap out of it. What do you mean my tale is done? Did the author write that down? What? And that's the end of Hansel and Gretel. So their mother was a witch who tried to eat them. In the first discussion to send them into the woods, it's revealed she's a stepmother, isn't it? I know. How am I to do that? I cannot bear to leave my children alone in the woods. We will take the children. No. Oh, here we go. No, you're right. You're right. I feel very sorry for the poor children all the same, said the man. The 2 children had also not been able to sleep for hunger, and had heard what their stepmother had said to their father. Damn. Nice one, man. They only mentioned stepmother once. That's a good catch. That is a really good catch. They mentioned it exactly. If I could F3 this shit, that'd be great so I can look this up. They mentioned that it was a stepmother. Yeah, exactly once. Because all the other times they called her the woman. Like, she didn't have a name as mom or stepmom. She was simply called the woman. That's kind of fucked. And now the woman is dead. Misogyny reigns supreme. All right, what's the next story that you guys want to hear? We still have Sleeping Beauty, Rumpelstiltskin, Little Red Riding Hood. We have, what was the one that Alice mentioned? Turnip, The Godfather. Yes, The Godfather is a grim fairy tale. Not that Godfather that you're thinking of. You guys want Little Red Riding Hood? I think Rumpelstiltskin is probably going to be really good, guys. But we can read those too. All right, we can do Little Red Riding Hood. Is the woman at least an 8 out of 10? The stepmom? They said the witch was blind. The porcelain maid who lost his mind. The man, the porcelain, and the maid. The maid, the man, and the porcelain. Oh, I like that. Blind old women can still be hot? I've played all of the Souls games. I know that blind women that are old can be hot. Like, every Souls game has a blind woman in it. Are you kidding me? The Firekeeper, blind. The demon woman from Demon Souls, blind. The only one that wasn't blind was the Emerald Herald and the doll. Every other woman was blind. And Elden Ring. Dark Souls 1. All the one Firekeeper, I think, was blind. Dark Souls 3, blind Firekeeper. Herta in Elden Ring. demon souls, blind women, and also they all have their bare feet out. They don't have any shoes. So one, Miyazaki loves blind women, and he loves barefoot women. So Miyazaki has a foot fetish and a blind fetish. And swamp. And he has a swamp fetish. The Doll Without a Soul gets one be a good read. A Doll Without a Soul. Doll with a Soul sounds like a good story to me. Alright, you guys want Little Red Riding Hood. Little Red Cap. Chapter 26, page 96. Please read the rose. I will read the rose. But we'll read Little Red Riding Hood first. Little Red Riding Hood is 3 pages. The rose is half a page. We can read the rose. The Rose, Legend 3, 644. Fuck, that's all the way in the back of the book. If you guys want some ASMR, listen to this shit. I'm gonna rip the fucking page off. Jesus Christ. 644 and then chapter 96 is what we're gonna go for, okay? 644, chapter 96. 644 and then page 96. Page 96 and page 644. Oh, fuck. Page 644. Jesus Christ. This better be a good half a page legend that you're telling me to read. The Rose. Okay, here we go. Book ripping ASMR. No, it's book flipping ASMR. We're trying to get the librarians in the chat fucking horny. The Rose. There was once a poor woman who had 2 children. The youngest had to go every day into the forest to fetch wood. Once she had gone a long way to seek it, a little child who was quite strong came and helped her industriously to pick up the wood and carry it home. And then before a moment had passed, the strange child disappeared. The child told her mother this, but at first she would not believe it. At length she brought a rose home, and told her mother that the beautiful child had given her this rose, and had told her that when it was in full bloom he wouldn't return. The mother put the rose in water. One morning her child could not get out of the bed. The mother went to bed and found her dead. But she lay looking very happy. On the same morning the rose was in full bloom. Hold on, what? There was once a poor woman who had 2 children. The youngest had to go every day into the forest to fetch wood. Once, when she had gone a long way to seek it, a little child who was quite strong came and helped her industriously to pick up the wood and carry it home. And then before a moment had passed, the strange child disappeared. Is the strange child the second child? Because she has 2 children. The child told her mother this, but she would not believe it. At length she brought a rose home and told her mother that the beautiful child had given her this rose. The second child is irrelevant? That's not really much of a story. They're just kind of like, there was once a mother who had a child, and then the child died. Like, at this point, shouldn't it just be like more of a poem? It's not really a fairy tale. This is literally the fucking Patrick story from SpongeBob. There was once a woman who was so sad, and then her child died. The end. That was the whole story? Bro. Once upon a time, there was an old woman who died. The end. Why? Why? Hello? What is the reasoning on this? This is wild, dude. What the fuck? Oh my god. Old books go hard, apparently. Okay, well, let's go to page 96 and read Little Red Riding Hood now, shall we? Little Red Cap. Alright, chat, this is another one. This is the story that was actually based on hit movie Hoodwinked. So if you've watched Hoodwinked, that's the original, and this is a story that was remade to be based off the movie Hoodwinked. So make sure to go watch Hoodwinked. 10 out of 10 movie, holds up to this day. The animation has not gotten bad at all. It's honestly a masterpiece. Go watch Hoodwinked. Little Red Cap. Once upon a time, there was a dear little girl who was loved by everyone who looked at her, but most of all by her grandmother. And there was nothing that she would not have given to the child. Once she gave her a little cap of red velvet, which suited her so well that she would never wear anything else, so she was always called Little Red Cap. Thank God that the old woman gave her a little red cap before giving her a giant Fortnite gift card. Sorry, I gotta stop making the Fortnite joke. That's like the 4th time I've done it. They're all kids in this story. Thank God. If you were gonna name yourself after the first thing I gave you, I'm glad that I didn't give you an aneurysm. Or, you know, anything, really. Glad I didn't give you an iPad. Glad I didn't give you, you know, Angry Birds on the PS4. That's so goofy. Wow, and then everyone always was starting to call her $19 Fortnite card. One day, her mother said to her, "Come on, $19 Fortnite card. Here's a piece of cake and a bottle of wine. Take them to your grandmother. She's ill and weak, and they will do her good. Set out before it gets hot, and when you are going, walk nicely and quietly and do not run off the path. Or you may fall and break the bottle, and then your grandmother will get nothing. And when you go into a room, don't forget to say, 'Good morning,' and don't peep into every corner before you do it." Oh my God. I will take great care, said $19 Fortnite card to her mother, and gave her hand on it. The grandmother lived out in the wood and half a league away from the village. And just as $19 Fortnite... Okay, I'm gonna stop. I'll stop calling her it. I'll stop calling her that. I'll stop calling her a Little Red Cap. I'm sorry. It's really funny to me. It really is. Oh boy. And just as the $19 Fortnite card entered the wood, a wolf met her. $19 Fortnite card did not know what a wicked creature he was, and was not afraid of him at all. "Good day, $19 Fortnite card," said he. "Thank you kindly, wolf. Where do you go so early, $19 Fortnite card?" "To my grandmother's." "What have you got in your apron?" "Cake and wine. Yesterday was baking day, so poor sick grandmother is to have something good, to make her stronger." "Where does your grandmother live, $19 Fortnite card?" "A good quarter of a league farther in on the woods. Her house stands under 3 large oak trees. The nut trees are just below." "You must surely know it," said $19 Fortnite card. The wolf thought to himself, what a tender young creature. What a nice plump mouthful. He's talking about eating her. I just want to make that very clear. The wolf is a cannibal, not a pedophile. We're making that very clear right now. He's trying to eat her, as in like food, sustenance. Do we all understand? We're on the same page here. "She will be better to eat than the old woman. I must act craftily as to catch both." So he walked for a short time by the side of $19 Fortnite card and then said, "See, little $19 Fortnite card, how pretty the flowers are about here. Why do you not look around? I believe, too, that you do not hear how sweetly the little birds are singing, and you act gravely along as if you were going to school, while everything else out here in the wood is merry." Little $19 Fortnite card raised her eyes, and when she saw the sunbeams dancing here and there through the trees, and pretty flowers growing everywhere, she thought, "Suppose I take a grandmother a fresh nosegay."
Nice car.
Do you mind? Do you mind? I'm trying to read Little Red Riding Hood. What about the people that are trying to sleep? You know? I'm turning you down. You're getting muted. I'm putting a muzzle on you. You know what? Actually, come here. Come here. That's it. You've lost your privileges. Come here. I don't want to hear any more out of you. Yep, come here. Just put this right over your mouth. Now shut the fuck up while I'm reading. Got it? I don't hear any more complaints. Anyways, like I was reading. This is a good story, all right? No, don't emote only the chat. Little $19 Fortnite card raised her eyes, and when she saw the sunbeams dancing here and thought, why am I like, what's up? Jesus Christ. And when she saw the sunbeams dancing here and through the trees. There we go. Now I can read without looking down, like, weirdly. No, that looks weird. Fuck it. Okay, I guess I'll just close my eyes. Suppose I take grandmother a fresh nosegay. That would please her too. It is so early in the day that I should still get there in good time. And so she ran from the path into the wood to look for flowers. And whenever she had picked one, she fancied that she saw a still prettier one farther on, and ran after it. And so deeper and deeper into the wood. Meanwhile, the wolf ran straight to the grandmother's house and knocked at the door. Who's there? Little $19 Fortnite card, replied the wolf. She's bringing cake and wine. Open at the door. Lift the latch, replied the grandmother. I'm too weak and cannot get up. The wolf lifted the latch and the door flew open, and without a word, he went straight to the grandmother's bed and devoured her. Then he put on her clothes and dressed himself in her cap, laid himself in bed and drew the curtains. $19 Fortnite card? What the heck is happening? Well, okay, Little Red Riding Hood only named herself that because everyone, it was the first gift that she got from her grandmother. But in this story, the first gift that Little Red Riding Hood got was a $19 Fortnite card instead. So everyone calls her $19 Fortnite card. Ahem. Little $19 Fortnite card, however, had been running about picking flowers, and when she had gathered so many that she could carry no more, she remembered her grandmother. Like, oh yeah, my grandma, I'm delivering her literally sick medicine. That's cool that I just took a detour for like a whole day. I'm sure nothing bad happened to her. She was supposed to find the cottage door standing open, and when she went into the room, she had a strange feeling that she said to herself, oh dear, how uneasy I feel today. And at other times, I like being with grandmother so much. She called out, good morning, but received no answer. So she went to the bed and drew back the curtains. There lay her grandmother with her cap pulled far over her face and looking very strange. Oh, grandmother, she said, what big ears you have. The better to hear you with, my child, was the reply. But grandmother, what big eyes that you have. The better to see you with, my dear. But grandmother, what large hands you have. The better to hug you with. Oh, but grandmother, shut up, kid. Sorry, go on. That was weird. What a big, terrible mouth you have. The better to eat you with. And scarcely had the wolf said this, than with one bound he was out of bed and swallowed up little $19 Fortnite card. When the wolf had appeased his appetite, he lay down again in the bed, fell asleep, and began to snore very loudly. The hunter that was just passing by the house and thought to himself, how the old woman is snoring. I must just see if she wants anything. So he went into the room, and when he came to the bed, he saw that a wolf was lying in it. Do I find you here, you old sinner? Said he. I have long sought you. Then, just as he was going to fire at him, it occurred to him that the wolf might have devoured the grandmother, and that she still might be saved. So he did not fire, but took a pair of scissors and began to cut open the stomach of the sleeping wolf. When he had made 2 snips, he saw that little red cap shining through. Hem. Instead, he took a pair of scissors and began to cut open the stomach of the sleeping wolf. When he had made 2 snips, he saw the little $19 Fortnite card shining, and then he had made 2 snips more, and the little girl sprang out crying, ah, how frightened I have been, how dark it was inside the wolf. And after that, the aged grandmother came out alive also, but also scarcely able to breathe. $19 fortnight card, however, quickly fetched great stones with which they filled the wolf's body, and when he awoke, he wanted to run away, but the stones were so heavy that he fell down at once and fell dead. Then all three were delighted. The hunter drew off the wolf's skin and went home with it. The grandmother ate the cake and drank the wine which which $19 fortnight card had brought, and revived. But $19 fortnight card thought to herself, "As long as I live, I will never by myself, leave the path, to run into the wood when my mother has forbidden me to do so." It is also related that once when $19 fortnight card was again taking cakes to the old grandmother, another wolf spoke to her and tried to entice her from the path. $19 fortnight card, however, was on her guard, and went straight forward on her way and told her grandmother that she had met the wolf, and that he had said good morning to her, but with such a wicked look in his eyes that if they had not been on the public road, she was certain he would have eaten her up. "Well," said the grandmother, "we will shut the door that he may not come in." Soon afterwards, the wolf knocked and cried, "Open the door, grandmother. I am Little Red Cap, and I am fetching you some cakes." But instead, the grandmother said out loud, "You stupid wolf, my granddaughter is not Little Red Cap, but $19 fortnight card." And they did not open the door. And so the gray beard stole twice or thrice round the house, and at last jumped on the roof, intending to wait until little $19 fortnight card went home in the evening, and then to steal her after and devour her in the darkness. But the grandmother saw what was in his thoughts. In the front of the house was a great stone trowel, and so she said to the child, "Take the pail, $19 fortnight card. I made some sausages yesterday, so carry the water in which I boiled them to the trowel." Redcap carried until the great trowel was filled, and then the smell of sausages reached the wolf, and he sniffed and peeped down, and at last stretched out his neck so far he could no longer keep the footing, and began to slip, and slipped down from the roof straight into the great trowel and drowned. But little $19 fortnight card went joyously home and never did anything to harm anyone. Moral of the story: listen to your mother. Second moral of the story: kill or be killed. Well, hold on a minute. Kill wolves. First moral of the story: listen to your mother. Second moral of the story: eat wolves. Don't tell strangers your family location. Jesus Christ. Chad, what's the best story so far that we've read? I feel like Cinderella was my favorite. I think Cinderella was #1 so far. Maddie, hi. Hi, little guy. Hello. Hi, Raiders. My name is PorcelainMaid. I used to be a sexy sack of man meat before I died and my soul got trapped inside the body of a sexier female doll. He and pronouns, but if you're still confused about pronouns in the 21st century, you can think of me as a bisexual's wet dream. Sexy male voice trapped inside of a sexier female doll. I give you a curtsy out of courtesy because I'm elegant as fuck like that. And Raiders, did you know that if you follow the stream, you can gain 3 extra inches to your dick size? That's right, your dick will go from here to here. Enjoy the big dick size. Big love to you, and thank you for coming by. We're reading grim fairy tales with the chat. We're enjoying ourselves, having a good time, and just enjoying how the absurdity of grim fairy tales. Maddie, I hope you had a good stream. Miss Weenie, what were you guys doing today? If you were doing art, would you like to share it with the rest of the chat? Raiders, you can go check out Weenie Desu. Very cute artist, very lovable little guy. Go give them some love. If you like little guys that might have social anxiety, go check them out. They're very nice. They're very nice. I like them a lot. I would give them a little kiss on the forehead and tuck them into bed. And give them a nice little chicken nugget on the side. I was working on Snuffy model. Hell yeah. Yeah, you've done a lot of really cool models. Social anxiety, as all artists have. Thank you very much. All right, chat. What's the next story that you guys want to hear? Sleeping Beauty, Rumpelstiltskin. We read all the other ones. We read Hansel and Gretel. Right now we've read Cinderella, Snow White, Rapunzel, Hansel and Gretel, Little Red Riding Hood, The Rose. You guys want Sleeping Beauty? Guys, you guys are sleeping on Rumpelstiltskin. Guys, what the fuck? Not the Rumpelstiltskin hate, bro. It is a better story. All right, fine. We'll do Sleeping Beauty and then we'll do Rumpelstiltskin. And then I'm not taking any opinions. We're doing Rumpelstiltskin as soon as we're done with Sleeping Beauty. Ignore that. Ignore that hiccup. I don't hiccup. I'm incredibly masculine. My massive testosterone-filled cock does not actually allow me to hiccup. Can we have a potty break? You can just go to the bathroom now. What? What is this? A fucking classroom? The fuck? We're beautifully sleeping on Rumple. That's so fucked. We don't want to miss the story. Fine, go to the bathroom. Jesus Christ. Apparently this is a school field trip now and you have to ask permission to use the bathroom. Does nobody just have phones? Like, what? Sir, may I use the bathroom? No. Piss yourself. Since when is hiccuping feminine? Everything that I perceive is feminine. Except for me. Fellas, is it feminine to know how to read? Oh, I suddenly can't read. I can't read any more of these stories. Okay, wait, no, don't do that happily. Jesus Christ. Fellas, is it gay to read? Oh, okay, wait, go. You can go have a bathroom break. Let me check out my friend's debut real quick. There we go. I have a friend debuting right now.
Sort of stuff. Yeah. Oh, Joel, thanks for the 20 gifted as well. Thank you. I was thinking of calling you guys bolts.
Debut.
Okay, but I don't know if that's cringe.
All
I
right.
don't know. You know?
Are you guys done pissing yet? Can I start? Can I start now? I wanted to see his new model. It looks good. I know that voice. Gee, I wonder who it is. Must be that judge from that one bow trial that we did. May I ask who it is? Quinn Bennett. Okay. Chad? Sleeping Beauty. I think that was enough time for somebody to go to the bathroom. That was like 5 minutes. I'm reading now. Whether you're here or not, you better you better be here. You did really well on that trial. I hope so. I want to get clips of myself on that trial, but I don't know if there's any funny clips of me from the trial. It's mostly me putting Nags in position to be more funny, because he has to fucking defend Bao, which is ridiculously hard. Where is Sleeping Beauty? What page is Sleeping Beauty on? Sleeping Beauty Briar Rose, 178. Got it. It's right before Snow White. I'm grabbing it. Me versus Nags was so funny. I know. I was there. 178. Oh, no, wait. Sleeping Beauty is only 1 page long. That's sick. Yeah. People that clip don't clip me. They clip everyone else. That's why I hire my own people. I hire my own clippers. There are no clipping channels currently that clip me. At least from what I know of. So all the people that clip me are all my channels. Alright, homies. Sleeping Beauty, Briar Rose. A long time ago, there was a king and queen who said every day, if only we had a child, but then they never had one, because sex is scary. But it happened that once when the queen was bathing, a frog crept out of the water onto the land and said to her, "Your wish shall be fulfilled. Before a year has gone by, you shall have a daughter." Now, did the queen know whether or not the frog was, like, threatening them with sex or impregnation? They have no fucking idea. So instead, the queen killed the frog and ignored them. What the frog had said had come true, and the queen had a little girl who was so pretty that the king could not contain himself for joy and ordered a great feast. He invited not only his kindred friends and acquaintances, but also the wise woman, in order that they may be kind and well disposed towards the child. There were 13 of them in this kingdom, but as he had only gotten 12 golden plates for them to eat out of, one of them had to be left at home. The feast was held with all manner of splendor, and when it came to the end, the wise woman bestowed their magic gifts upon the baby. One gave virtue, another beauty, a third riches, and so on with everything in the world that one can wish for. When 11 of them had made their promises, suddenly the 13th came in. She wished to avenge herself for having not been invited, and without greeting or even looking at anyone, she cried with a loud voice, "The king's daughter shall in her 15th year prick herself with a spindle and fall down dead." What a petty thing to do. You didn't invite me to your food. Where was my food? Why didn't I get an extra plate? Your daughter will die at 15 from a prick and a spindle. Hey, sorry, we don't have enough plates for you to eat, so either you can stay at home or you can just like eat but not on the same plates as your friends. I hope your daughter dies at 15. What the fuck? Hello? Why? And without saying any words more, she turned around and left the room. She literally walked in, said, "Your daughter will die at 15, and then left without explaining anything. Jesus Christ. They were all shocked, but the 12th, whose good wish still remained unspoken, came forward, and as soon as she could not undo the evil sentence, but only soften it, she said, "It shall not be death, but a deep sleep of 100 years, into which the princess shall fall." The king, who wished to keep his dear child from the misfortune, gave orders that every spindle in the whole kingdom should be burned. Meanwhile, the gifts of the wise woman came true for the young girl, for she was so beautiful, modest, and good-natured and wise that everyone who saw her was bound to love her. It happened that on the very day she turned 15 years old, the king and the queen were not at home, and the maiden was left in the palace quite alone. So she went round into all sorts of places, looked into the rooms and bedchambers just as she liked, and at last came to an old tower. She came back up the narrow winding staircase and reached a little door. A rusty key was in the lock, and when she turned it, the door sprang open, and there in a little room sat an old woman with a spindle, busily spinning her flax. "Good day, old dame," said the king's daughter. "What are you doing there?" "I'm spinning," said the old woman, and nodded her head. "What sort of thing is that rattles round so merrily?" said the girl, and she took the spindle and wanted to spin it too, but scarcely had she touched the spindle when the magic decree was fulfilled, and she pricked her finger with it. And in the very moment when she felt the prick, she fell down upon the bed that stood there and lay in a deep sleep. And thus this sleep extended over the whole palace. The king and the queen, who had just come home, had entered the great hall and began to go to sleep, and all of the court too, which was not a part of the curse that motherfucking bitch put down on everyone. I guess just everyone goes to sleep if they're near her. That's not what was said, but okay, I guess we're just lying about the story now. Time for a nap time. And entered the great hall and began to go to sleep, and all of the court too. The horses too went to sleep in the stable, and the dogs in the yard, the pigeons upon the roof, the flies on the... Okay, well, the pigeons on the roof are probably going to fall to their death if they fall asleep on the slanted roofs. But alright, I mean, fuck it. Even the fire that was flaming on the hearth became quiet and slept. The roast meat left off frizzling, and the cook, who was going to pull the hair out of the kitchen boy, because he had forgotten something, let him go, and went to sleep. And the wind fell, and on the trees outside the castle not a leaf moved again. But round about the castle there began to grow a hedge of thorns, which every year became higher, and at last grew upon round the castle all over it, so there was nothing of it to be seen, not even the flag upon the roof, but the story of the beautiful sleeping Briar Rose, for so the princess was named, went about the country, and so that from time, the king's sons came and tried to get through the thorny hedge into the castle, but they found it impossible. For the thorns held fast together as if they had hands. Slang nowadays has ruined me. I can't, dude, these thorns have hands, said the king's son, punching the fucking bush. Damn, bro, this plant has hands. It's fighting back. That's crazy. He kind of got hands for real. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. And the youths were caught in them and could not get loose again and died a miserable death. Imagine trying to get some pussy and you fucking try to go over a thorny hedge and then you get trapped in there and then die slowly from the thorns. Like, hello? Bro? You're trying to get... Love hurts. Yeah, apparently. Jesus Christ. These fucking... these king's sons are kind of stupid. After long, long years, a king's son came again to that country and heard an old man talking about the briar hedge. And that a castle was said to stand behind it, in which wonderfully beautiful princess named Briar Rose, which is kind of a sick name, I'm not gonna lie, had been asleep for the 100 years, and that the king and queen had the whole court were asleep likewise. He had heard too from his grandfather that many king's sons had already come and tried to get through the thorny hedge, but they had remained sticking fast in it and had died a pitiful death. Then the youth said, "I'm not afraid. I will go and see the beautiful Briar Rose." The good old man tried to dissuade him, but he did not listen to his words. But by this time the 100 years had passed, and the day had come when Briar Rose was to awake again. When the king's son came near the briar hedge, it was nothing but large and beautiful flowers, which parted from each other from their own accord, and let him pass unhurt. Then they closed... Wow, this is really lucky for this dude. He was going to die like everyone else. He was just lucky he was at the right time. And then they closed again behind him like a hedge. In the courtyard, he saw the horses and the spotted hounds lying asleep. On the roof sat the pigeons with their heads under their wings, and when he entered the house, the flies were asleep on the wall. The cook in the kitchen was still holding out his hand to seize the boy, and the maid was sitting by the black hen, which she was going to pluck. He went on farther, and wait, this is more of a time stop thing, because if the cook is still standing there holding out his hand... What? He went on farther, and in the great hall he saw the whole of the court lying asleep, and up by the throne lay the king and queen. Then he still went on farther, and all was so quiet that a breath could be heard, and at last he came to the tower, and opened the door into the little room where Briar Rose was sleeping. There she lay so beautiful that he could not turn his eyes away, and he stooped down and gave her a kiss. But as soon as he kissed her, Briar Rose opened her eyes and awoke, and looked at him, quite shockingly. "Why the fuck did you kiss me? I was asleep, you freak. What is wrong with you?" Before slapping him, and then everyone else woke up, and happily they lived ever after. Nah, I'm just bullshitting you. And she looked at him quite sweetly. Then they went down together, and the king awoke, and the king and queen and the whole court had looked at each other in great astonishment. And the horses in the courtyard stood up and shook themselves, the hounds jumped up and wagged their tails, the pigeons on the roof pulled out their heads from under their wings, and the flies on the wall crept again. The fire in the kitchen burned up and flickered and cooked the meat. That was 116-year-old meat, but okay. The roast began to turn and frizzle, and the cook gave the boy such a box on the ear that he screamed, and the maid plucked the fowl ready for the spit. And then the marriage of the king's son with Briar Rose was celebrated with all splendor, and they lived contented to their end of their days. I have a question. When did the kissing thing become part of the story? All they had to do was wait 100 years until she would wake up. So the whole kissing thing was like completely not a part of the lore. Getting a kiss from somebody was not a part of the story. They just kind of added that in for no reason. Like, my brother, you kissed a sleeping beauty, quote unquote. Man just wanted a smooch, apparently. Like, they never said a kiss from a random stranger will break the curse. I don't remember that. The original is a lot worse. Ugh. Do I want to know what in the original she woke up by giving birth? How many of you wanted me to read Sleeping Beauty? Mods, put everyone who wanted Sleeping Beauty in a list. I wanted Rumpelstiltskin because I think that funny little guy is a creep. Put everyone who wanted me to read Sleeping Beauty on a list. Every single one of them. Everyone who said that I want Sleeping Beauty, I want them on a list right now. Wait, no, you best scatter. You best scatter. I wanted Rumpelstiltskin, and you fuckers wanted Sleeping Beauty. Alright, Rumpelstiltskin, page 200 and 0. 200, it's just page 200. Y'all, please. Alright, I think this is a good story. Rumpelstiltskin. It's just a story about an angry short person. So, you know, this is the good shit right here. Literally angry short man. The story. Nah, y'all about to learn this one. Y'all about to learn this. Gonna enjoy this one. I'll evolve. I give it a tier 2 sub. Big love. Alright, here we go. Rumpelstiltskin. Once there was a miller who was poor but had a beautiful daughter. Now it happened that he had to go and speak to the king, and in order to make himself appear more important, he said to him, I have a daughter who can spin straw into gold. The king said to the miller, that is an art which pleases me well. If your daughter is as clever as you say, bring her tomorrow to my palace, and I will try what she can do. And when the girl was brought to him, he took her into the room, which was quite full of straw, gave her a spinning wheel and a reel, and said, now set to work, and if by tomorrow morning early you have not spun this straw to gold during the night, you must die. Which is kind of fucked up to her, but you know, whatever. It's not like the dad is the one who lied and put their daughter into that situation, but that's cool. Thereupon he himself locked up the room and left her in it alone. So there sat the poor miller's daughter, and for the life of her she could not do what she was told to do. She had no idea how straw could be spun into gold, and she grew more and more miserable until at last she began to weep. But all at once the door opened, and in came a little man and said, Good evening, Mistress Miller. Why are you crying so? Alas, answered the girl, I have to spin straw into gold, and I do not know how to do it. What will you give me, said the mannequin, if I do it for you? My necklace, said the girl. The little man took the necklace, seated himself in front of the wheel, and whir, 3 times, and the wheel was full. And then he put another on, and whir, 3 times round, and the second was full too. And so it went on until the morning, when all the straw was spun, and all the reels were full of gold. By daybreak the king was already there, and when he saw the gold he was astonished and delighted, but his heart became only more greedy. He had the miller's daughter taken into a room full of another straw, which was much larger, and commanded her to spin that also in one night if she valued her life. What the fuck? This is fucked up, man. Greed is crazy. Good night, Zamtosh. Oh boy. Ahem. The girl knew not how to help herself and was crying. When the door opened again, the man appeared and said, What will you give me if I spin that straw into gold for you? The ring on my finger, answered the girl. The little man took the ring again and began to turn the wheel, and by morning had spun all the straw into glittering gold. The king rejoiced beyond measure at the sight, but he still had not enough gold. And he had the miller's daughter taken into a still larger room full of straw and said, You must spin this too, in the course of this night, but if you succeed, you shall be my wife. King, how, whatever. And he thought, even if she be a miller's daughter, I could not find a richer wife in the whole world. When the girl was alone, the mannequin came again for the 3rd time and said, What will you give me if I spin the straw for you this time also? I have nothing left that I could give, answered the girl. Then promise me, if you should become queen, your first child. Who knows whether that will ever happen, thought the miller's daughter. And not knowing how else to help herself in this strait, she promised the mannequin what he wanted, and for that he once more span the straw into gold. And when the king came in the morning and found all that he had wished, he took her in marriage, and the pretty miller's daughter became the queen. A year after, she had a beautiful child, and she never thought to the mannequin. But suddenly he came into her room and said, Now give me what you promised. The queen was horror-struck and offered the mannequin all the riches of the kingdom if he would leave her the child, but the mannequin said, Nay. Something that is living is dearer to me than all the treasures in the world. Then the queen began to weep and cry, so that the mannequin pitied her. I will give you 3 days time, said he. If by that time you find out my name, you shall keep your child. Alright, well, he's pitying her. That's not bad. That's not bad. So the queen thought the whole night of all the names that she had ever heard, and she sent a messenger over the country to inquire far and wide for any other names that there might be. When the mannequin came next day, she began with Casper, Melchior, Balthazar, and said all the names she knew, one after another, but to everyone the little man said, "This is not my name." On the second day, she had inquiries made in the neighborhoods as to the names of the people there, and she repeated to the mannequin the most uncommon, the curious. "Perhaps your name is Short Ribs, or Sheepshanks, or Lace Leg?" But he always answered, "That is not my name." On the third day, the messenger came back again and said, "I have not been able to find a single new name. But as I came to the high mountain at the end of the forest, where the fox and the hare bid each other goodnight, there I saw a little house, and before the house was a fire burning, and round about the fire quite a ridiculous little man was jumping. He hopped upon one leg and shouted, 'Today I bake, tomorrow brew, the next I'll have the young queen's child. Glad I am that no one knew, the Rumpelstiltskin I am styled.'" You may think how glad the queen was when she heard the name, and where soon afterwards the little man came in and now asked, "Now, Mistress Queen, what is my name?" At first she said, "Is your name Conrad?" "No." "Is your name Harry?" "No." "Perhaps your name is Rumpelstiltskin." "The devil has told you that! The devil has told you that!" cried the little man, and in his anger he plunged his right foot so deep into the earth that his whole leg went in, and then in rage he pulled his left leg so hard that with both hands he tore himself in two. Yep, that's the end of the story. The short motherfucking elf got so mad that he got his foot stuck, and then when trying to take his foot out, he ripped himself in two out of anger. Angry short man dies from ripping himself in two. That's the story of Rumpelstiltskin. What is the message? Don't lie to people. Don't lie to the king, and then don't take advantage of others in their weak times. I don't know. There's not really a moral of the story. It's just kind of goofy. Moral of the story: don't be short. If you're short, nothing good will happen to you. That's the moral of the story. The message is, don't be an idiot and be on that grind 24/7. We never stop. Money, money, money all day, every day. Capitalism, baby. That's what we like to see. Capitalism, capitalism, baby. Suck that fucking democratic cock. We're living the good life. Capitalism lives us. We're on the grind all the day. We got to make everything monetizable. We need that money. We need that money, baby. Money, 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 money. Period. Rumpelstiltskin, what the greatest story of our day, the greatest story of our time. All right, what other stories do we have? Dr. Know-All, the devil's slutty brother, turnip, donkey cabbages. The fuck is Dr. Know-All? It's not slutty. It's the devil's sooty brother. We can. I'm kind of down for Dr. Know-All. I've never heard of Dr. Know-All before. 357. What is Dr. Know-All? Chat, I can't hear you over me choosing the story myself. It's one page. One page back and forth. I've never read this one before, so this is new to me. There was once a time where a poor peasant called Crab who drove with 2 oxen a load of wood to the town and sold it to the doctor for 2 talkers. This is already confusing as fuck to read. When the money was being counted out to him, it happened that the doctor was sitting at a table, and when the peasant saw it daintily, he ate and drank. His heart desired what he saw, and he would willingly have been a doctor too. So he remained standing a while, and at length inquired if he too could not be a doctor. "Oh yes," said the doctor, "that is soon managed." "What must I do?" asked the peasant. "In the first place, buy yourself an ABC book of the kind which is a..." What? In the first place, buy yourself an ABC book of the kind, which is a cock on the frontispiece. In the second, turn your cart and 2 oxen into money and get yourself some clothes, and whatever else pertains to medicine. Thirdly, have a sign painted for yourself with the words, "I'm Dr. Know-All," and have that nailed above your door. Okay, he's a fraud. He's teaching him how to be a fraud. The cock is supposed to be human anatomy, guys. That's what he means. So, like, a human anatomy book. The peasant did everything that he had been told to do. When he had doctored people a while, but not long, a rich and great lord had some money stolen. Then he was told about Dr. Know-All, who lived in such and such a village, and must know what had become of the money. So the lord had the horses put in his carriage, drove out to the village, and asked Crab if he were Dr. Know-All. Yes, he was, he said. Then he was to go with him and bring back the stolen money. Oh yes, but Greth, my wife, must go too. The lord was willing and let both of them have a seat in the carriage, and they all drove away together. When they came to the nobleman's castle, the table was spread, and Crab was told to sit down and eat. Yes, but my wife Greth too, said he, and he seated himself with her at the table. We love a man that's loyal to his wife. When the first servant came with a dish of delicate fare, the peasant nudged his wife and said, Greth, that was the first, meaning that the servant who brought the first dish. The servant, however, thought he intended by that to say, that is the first thief. And he was so. No fucking way. What is this story? What? Bro, this is literally King from One Punch Man, where every circumstance just ends up good for you. Hold on. The servant, however, thought he intended by that to say, that is the first thief, as he actually was the first thief. He was terrified and said this to his comrade outside. The doctor knows all. We shall fare ill. He said I was the first. The second did not want to go in at all, but was forced. So when he went in with his dish, the peasant nudged his wife and said, Greth, that is the second. The servant was just as much alarmed, and he got out. The third did not fare better, for the peasant again said, Greth, that is the third. The fourth had to carry an addition was covered, and the lord told the doctor that he was to show his skill, and guess what was beneath the cover? The doctor looked at the dish and had no idea what it was, and cried, ah, poor Crab. When the lord heard that, he cried, there, he knows it. He knows who has the money. On this, the servants looked terribly uneasy and made a sign to the doctor that they wished him to step outside for a moment. When therefore he went out, and all 4 of them confessed to him that they had stolen the money, and said they would willingly restore it and give him a heavy sum into the bargain, if he would not denounce them. For if he did, they would be hanged. They led him to the spot where the money was concealed. With this, the doctor was satisfied and returned to the hall, sat down at the table and said, My lord, I will now search in my book where the gold is hidden. The 5th servant, however, crept into the stove to hear if the doctor still knew more. The doctor, however, sat still and opened his ABC book and turned the pages backwards and forwards and looked for the cock. As he could not find it immediately, he said, I know you are there, so you'd better show yourself. Then the fellow in the stove thought the doctor meant him, and full of terror sprang out, and the man said, That man knows everything. The Dr. Know-All showed the count where the money was, but did not say who had stolen it, and received both sides of the money in the reward. What the fuck? What is the moral of this story? A lie? Fake it till you make it? The story is literally fake it till you make it. What? Chat, become a fraud. Become a fraud. Moral of the story, become a fraud. Always lie. Never tell the truth. Always lie. Commit fraud. What else do we have? The goose girl at the well. The willow wern. The turnip. Be gay, do fraud. Be gay, do fraud. The goose girl story is good. The goose girl at the well, page 571. We are just mentally a bunch of 7th grade boys at this point. I mean, nobody's arguing with that. We know how you motherfuckers are. You want me to read Donkey Cabbage? We can do Donkey Cabbage at some point. How many pages are in this book? 652 pages. What was the goose girl?
571.
Good lord. The goose girl in the well. Chat, can you guess what goose girl is yet? Fucking first time chatters. Oh, here's one. Ungrateful Son. 1 page long. This sounds like you guys. I'm gonna read this one before we go to Goose Girl at 571. The Ungrateful Son. A man and his wife were once sitting by the door of their house, and they had roasted chicken set before them. They were about to eat it together. Then the man saw that his aged father was coming, and hastily took the chicken and hid it, for he would not permit him to have any of it. The old man came, took a drink, and went away. Now the son had wanted to put the roast chicken on the table again, but when he took it up, it had become a great toad, which jumped into his face and sat there and never went away again. And if anyone wanted to take it off, it looked venomously at him, as if it would jump in his face, so that no one would venture to touch it. And the ungrateful son was forced to feed the toad every day, or else it fed on his face. And thus he went about the world without knowing peace. Okay, well, I mean, that's just egregious, but all right. Okay, bro. All right. The turnip is right here, too. I know you guys want to read the turnip. Okay, we're going to read our way to the goose girl. The turnip. I'm getting excited. You can hear me. The turnip. Page 504. There was once 2 brothers who both served as soldiers. One of them was rich and the other was poor. Then the poor one, to escape from his poverty, took off his soldier's coat and became a farmer. He dug and hoed a bit of his land and sowed it with turnip seed. The seed came up, and one turnip grew where there had become a large and vigorous, and visibly grew bigger and bigger, and seemed as if it would never stop growing, so that it might have been called the Princess of Turnips. That's a little egregious, but okay. Father is a bad career. For never was such a one seen before, and never will be seen one again. At length it was so enormous that by itself it filled a whole cart, and 2 oxen were required to draw it, and the farmer had not the least idea what it has to do with the turnip, or whether it would be the fortune to him or misfortune. At last he thought, if you sell it, what will you get for that is of any importance? And if you eat it yourself, why, the small turnips would do just as much good. It would be better to take it to the king and make him a present of it. So instead of eating the turnip or selling the turnip, he gives it as a gift. He's trying to buy clout with the turnip. Grimm's Complete Fairy Tales, Alice. So he placed on a cart, harnessed 2 oxen, and took it to the palace, and presented it to the king. What strange thing is this? Said the king. Many wonderful things have come before my eyes, but never such a monster as this. From what seed could this have sprung? Or are you the luck child and have met with it by chance? Ah, no, said the farmer. No luck child am I. I'm a poor soldier, who, because he could no longer support himself, hung his soldier's coat on a nail and took to the farming land. I have a brother who is rich and well known to you, young lord, our lord king, but I, because I have nothing, am forgotten by everyone. Then the king felt compassion for him and said, you shall be raised from your poverty and shall have such gifts from me that you shall be equal to your rich brother. He bestowed on him much gold and lands and meadows and herds and made him immensely rich, which is bullshit because no rich person ever sees somebody poor and is like, let me bring you up, little guy. So that the wealth of him and his other brother could not be compared with his. When the rich brother heard what the poor one had gained for himself with one single turnip, he envied him and thought in every way how he could also get a hold of a similar piece of luck. He would, however, set about it in a much wiser way, and took gold and horses and carried them to the king, and made this certain the king would give him a much larger present in return. If his brother had got so much for one turnip, what would he not carry away with him in return for such beautiful things as these? The king accepted his present and said that he had nothing to give him in return for what that was more rare and excellent than the great turnip. So the rich man was obliged to put his brother's turnip in a cart and have it taken to his home. When there, he did not know on whom to vent his rage and anger, until bad thoughts came to him, and he resolved to kill his brother. His brother literally got more money, and then he was like, I'm gonna kill. I think it's time to put down my brother. He hired murderers, who were to lie in ambush, and then went to his brother and said, Dear brother, I know of a hidden treasure we can dig up together, and divide it between us. The other agreed to this and accompanied him without suspicion. While they were on their way, however, the murderers attacked him, bound him, and would have hanged him to the tree. But just as they were doing this, loud singing and the sound of a horse's feet were heard in the distance. On this their hearts were filled with terror. They pushed away their prisoner headfirst into the sack, hung it on the branch, and ran away. He, however, worked up there until he had made a hole in the sack for which he could put his head. The man who was coming by was a traveling student, a young fellow who rode on his way through the wood, joyously singing his song. When he was aloft, saw that someone was passing below him, he cried, "Good day, you have come at a lucky time." The student looked round every side, but not know where the voice came from. At last he said, "Who calls me?" This is kind of crazy. All this over a turnip. Then an answer came from top of the tree. "Raise your eyes, here I sit aloft in the sack of wisdom. In the short time I have learned great things compared with all the schools are a jest. In a very short time I shall have learned everything and shall descend wiser than all other men. I understand the stars, the signs of the zodiac, the tracks of the winds, the sand of the sea, the healing of illness, the virtues of all herbs, birds, and stones. If you were once within it, you would feel what noble things issued forth from the sack of knowledge." Chat. It's a story about gaslighting. That's my baby boy. I love gaslighting. Then the student, when he heard all of this, was astonished and said, "Blessed be the hour in which I have found you. May I not also enter the sack for a while?" He who is above replied as if unwillingly, "For a short time I will let you get into it if you reward me and give me good words. But you must wait an hour longer, for one thing remains which I must learn before I do it." When the student had waited a while, became impatient and begged to be allowed to get in at once. His thirst for knowledge was so very great. So he who was above pretended at last to give in, and said, "In order that I may come forth from the house of knowledge, you must let it down by the rope, and you shall enter it." So the student let the sack down, untied it, and set him free, and then cried, "Now draw me up at once," as he was about to get into the sack. "Halt," said the other, "that won't do," and took him by the head and put him upside down in the sack, fastened it, and drew the disciple of wisdom up the tree by the rope. Then he swung him in the air and said, "How goes it with you, my dear fellow? Behold, already you feel wisdom coming and are gaining valuable experience. Keep perfectly quiet until you become wiser." Thereupon he mounted the student's horse and rode away, but in an hour's time somebody sent someone to let the student out again. What? Why did he do all of that? Okay, so he didn't want to get killed by his brother, and then he gaslit a student into coming out. What was the... Just say that I don't want to die, please let me out. No wonder not all grim fairy tales get turned into shows, man. Hi, Sif. Hi, little squirrel girl. Let's go what was it, 571? Let's go read the goose one. The goose one's probably going to be better than all this shit. At least I hope it is. Wait a minute. There's another Snow White? Chat, there's two Snow Whites. I found another Snow White. Snow White and Rose Red. Well, I was gonna read the goose one, but I guess I have to read this one. Oh boy, this one is dark. It is 4 pages long. That is a different Snow White. There was once a poor widow who lived in a lonely cottage. In front of the cottage was a garden wherein stood 2 rose trees, one of which bore white and the other red roses. She had 2 children who were like the 2 rose trees. One was called Snow White and the other was Rose Red. They were as good as and happy, as busy as cheerful as ever 2 children in the world were. Only Snow White was more quiet and gentle than Rose Red. Rose Red liked better to run about in the meadows and fields seeking flowers and catching butterflies. But Snow White sat at home with her mother and helped her with the housework, or read to her when there was nothing to do. The 2 children were so fond of each other that they always held each other by the hand when they went out together, and when Snow White said, "We will not leave each other," Rose Red answered, "Never so long as we live." And their mother would add, "What one has, she must share with the other." I fail. They often ran about the forest alone and gathered red berries, and no beast did them any harm, but came close to them trustfully. The little hare would eat a cabbage leaf out of their hands, the deer grazed by their side, the stag leapt merrily by them, and the birds sat upon the boughs and sang whatever they knew. No trouble found them. If they had stayed too late in the forest and night came, they laid themselves near one upon another on the mount. I can't read. And they laid themselves And they laid themselves down near one another upon the moss, and slept until morning came. And their mother knew this, and had no distress on their account. Once when they had spent the night in the woods, and dawn had wakened them, they saw a beautiful child in a shining white dress sitting near their bed. He got up and looked kindly at them, but said nothing, and went away into the forest. And when they looked around, they found that they had been sleeping quite close to a pit, and would certainly have fallen into the darkness if they had gone only a few paces further. Their mother told them that it must have been an angel who watches over good children. Snow White and Rose Red kept their mother's little cottage so neat that it was a pleasure to look inside of it. And in the summer, Rose Red took care of the house, and every morning laid a wreath of flowers by her mother's bed. Before she awoke, in which she was a rose from each tree, in the winter Snow White lit the fire and hung the kettle on the hob. The kettle was of a copper and shone like gold. So brightly was it polished. In the evening, when the snowflakes fell, the mother said, "Go, Snow White, bolt the door." And then they sat round. I can't read, dude. And then they sat round the hearth, and the mother took her spectacle. Could you get gamer rage from trying to read rather than playing a video game? How am I getting more angry failing at reading than when I'm playing Tekken? What is happening? I'm gonna punch a hole in the wall out of reading anger instead of fucking gaming anger. What is this? What is happening to me? This is just embarrassing. Reading rage. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. I'm literally using a pen so I can like mark down where I'm reading so I can read each word properly. The mother took her spectacles and read aloud out of a large book, and the two girls listened as they sat and span, and close by them lay a lamb upon the floor, and behind them upon a perch sat a white dove with its head hidden beneath its wings. One evening, as they were thus sitting comfortably together, someone knocked at the door, as if he wished to be let in. The mother said, "Quick, Rose Red, open the door. It must be a traveler who is seeking shelter." Rose Red went and pushed back the bolt, thinking that it was a poor man, but it was not. It was a bear that stretched his broad, black head within the door. Rose Red screamed and sprang back. The lamb bleated, the dove fluttered, and Snow White hid herself behind her mother's bed. But the bear began to speak and said, "Do not be afraid. I will do you no harm. I am half frozen and only want to warm myself a little beside you." "Poor bear," said the mother. "Lie down by the Lie down by the fire. Only take what you do to not burn your coat." Then she cried, "Snow White, Rose Red, come out. The bear will do you no harm. He means well." So they both came out, and the lamb and dove came near, and they were not afraid of him. The bear said, "Here, children, knock the snow out of my coat a little." So they brought him a broom and swept the back of the bear's hide clean, and he stretched himself by the fire and growled contentedly and comfortably. It was not long before they grew quite at home, and played with their clumsy guest. They tugged his hair with their hands, put their feet upon his back, and rolled him about. Or they took a hazel switch and beat him. When he growled, they laughed, but the bear took it all in good fun. Only when they were too rough, he called out, "Children, children, let me live." Oh, that's cute. That's cute. "Snowy White, Rosy Red, will you beat your lover dead?" When it was bedtime, the others went to bed, and the mother said to the bear, "You can lie there by the hearth, and then you will be safe from the cold and the bad weather." As soon as the day dawned, the two children let him out, and he trotted across the snow into the forest. From then on, the bear came every evening at the same time, laid himself down by the hearth, and let the children amuse themselves with him as much as they liked. They got so used to him that the doors were never fastened until their bear friend had arrived. I'm not reading whatever that said. When spring had come and all the outside was green, the bear said one morning to the Snow White, "Now I must go away and cannot come back for the whole summer." "Where are you going then, dear bear?" asked Snow White. "I must go into the forest and guard my treasures from the wicked dwarves. In the winter, when the earth is frozen hard, they are obliged to stay below, and cannot work their way through. But now when the sun has thawed and warmed the earth, they break through it and come out to pry and steal. And what once gets into their hands and in their caves does not easily see daylight again. bro is scared of some dwarves as a bear. He's not scared. He doesn't want them to steal from him. I always knew those dwarves were evil. Now we know that there was always two Snow Whites in the same dimension. Snow White was sad that he was going away, and as she unbolted the door for him, the bear was hurrying out. He caught against the bolt, and a piece of his hairy coat was torn off, and it seemed to Snow White as if she had seen gold running through it, but she had not been sure about it. The bear ran away quickly and was soon out of sight behind the trees. A short time afterwards, the mother sent her children into the forest to get firewood. There they found a big tree which lay felled on the ground, and close by the trunk something was jumping backwards and forwards in the grass. But they could not make out what it was. When they came nearer, they saw a dwarf with an old withered face and snow-white beard, a yard long. The end of the beard was caught in the crevice of the tree, and the little fellow was jumping backwards and forwards like a dog tied to a rope, and did not know what to do. He glared at the girls with his fiery red eyes and cries, "Why do you stand there? Can you not come here and help me?" "What are you doing there, little man?" asked Rose Red. "You stupid prying goose," answered the dwarf. "I was going to split the tree to get a little wood for cooking. That little bit of food that one of us wants to get burnt up directly with thick logs. We do not swallow so much as you coarse, greedy folk." I had just driven the wedge safely in, and everything was going as I wished, but the wretched wood was too smooth and suddenly sprang apart, and the tree closed so quickly that I cannot pull apart my beautiful white beard, so now it is trapped and I cannot get away. And the silly, sleek, milk-faced things laugh. Ugh, how hateful you are. What a bitch. What a fucking bastard. The children tried very hard, but they could not pull the beard out. It was caught too tight. "I will run and fetch somebody," said Rose Red. "You senseless goose," snarled the dwarf. "Why should you fetch somebody? You are already too many for me. Can you not think of something better?" "Don't be impatient," said Snow White. "I'll help you." And she pulled out her scissors out of her pocket and cut the end of the beard. As soon as the dwarf felt himself free, he laid hold of a bag which lay among the roots of the trees, which was full of gold, and lifted it up, grumbling to himself, "Rude people, to cut off a piece of my fine beard. Bad luck to you." And then he swung the bag upon his back and went off without even looking once at the children. Some time after that, Snow White and Rose Red went to catch a dish of fish. As soon as they came near the brook, they saw something like a large grasshopper jumping towards the water, as if it were going to leap in. They ran to it and found it was the dwarf. "Where are you going?" said Rose Red. "You surely don't want to go into the water." "I'm not such a fool," cried the dwarf. "Don't you see that the accursed fish wants to pull me in?" The little man had been sitting there fishing, and unluckily the wind had twisted his beard within the fishing line. Just then a big fish bit, and the feeble creature had not the strength to pull it out. The fish kept the upper hand and pulled the dwarf towards him. He held on to all the reeds and rushes, but it was of little good. He was forced to follow the movements of the fish and was in urgent danger of being dragged into the water. Just let him drown. Fuck this guy. The girls came in just in time, and they held him fast and tried to free his beard from the line, but all in vain. Beard and line were entangled fast together. Nothing was left but to bring out the scissors and cut the beard, whereby a small part of it was lost. When the dwarf saw that, he screamed out, "Is that civil, you toadstool, to disfigure one's face? Was it not enough to clip the end of my beard? Now you have to cut off the best part of it. I cannot let myself be seen by my people. I wish you had been made to run the soles off your shoes." Then he took out a sack of pearls which lay in the rushes, and without saying a word more, he dragged it away and disappeared behind a stone. What a fucking dickhead. Shave off a piece of his brain. I need a lobotomy for this dwarf. It happened that soon afterwards the mother sent the two children to the town to buy needles and thread and laces and ribbons. The road led them across the pasture, which the huge pieces of rock lay strewn here and there. Now they noticed a large bird hovering in the air, flying slowly around and around above them. It sank lower and lower until at last settled near a rock not far off. Directly afterwards they heard a loud, piteous cry. They ran up and saw with horror that an eagle had seized their old acquaintance the dwarf and was about to carry him off. The children, full of pity, at once again took tight hold of the little man and pulled against the eagle so long that at last he let his treasure go. And as soon as the dwarf had recovered from his first fright, he cried with his shrill voice, "Could you not have done it more carefully? You dragged at my brown coat so that it's all torn and full of holes, you helpless, clumsy creatures." Then he took up a sack full of precious stones and slipped away again under the rock into his hole. The girls, who by this time were used to his thanklessness, went on their way and did their business in town. As they crossed the pasture again on their way home, they surprised the dwarf, who had emptied out his bag of precious stones in a clean spot and had not thought that anyone would come here so late. The evening sun shone the brilliant stones. They glittered and sparkled with all the colors so beautifully that the children stood still and looked at them. "Why do you stand gaping there?" cried the dwarf, and his ashen gray beard became copper red with rage. He was going on with his bad words when a loud growling was heard, and a black bear came trotting towards them out of the forest. The dwarf sprang up in a fright, but he could not get to his cave, for the bear was already so close. Then, in the dread of his heart, he cried, "Dear Mr. Bear, spare me. I will give you all my treasures. Look, the beautiful jewels lying there. Grant me my life. What do you want with such slender little fellow as I? You would not feel me between your teeth. Come, take these 2 wicked girls. They are tender morsels for you, fat as young quails. For mercy's sake, eat them." The bear took no heed of his words, but gave the wicked creature a single blow with his paw, and he did not move again. Damn. The girls had run away, but the bear called to them, "Snow White and Rose Red, do not be afraid. Wait, I will come with you." Then they knew his voice and waited, and when they came up, his bear skin fell off, and he stood there, a handsome man clothed in all gold. "I am a king's son," he said, "and I was bewitched by that wicked dwarf who had stolen my treasures. I've had to run about this forest as a savage bear until I was freed by his death. Now he has gotten his well-deserved punishment." That's a little weird. It fell off. I liked it better when he was a bear. I think it was a nicer story when he was a bear, right? Like, what? You're suddenly the son of a king? Okay, very convenient, dude. Snow White was married to him and Rose Red to his brother, and they divided between them the great treasure which the dwarf had gathered together in his cave. The old mother lived peacefully and happily with her children for many years. She took the 2 rose trees with her, and they stood before her window, and every year bore the most beautiful roses, white and red. That's, So was the point of the story to not be an ungrateful asshole? It's kind of weird that the dwarf was, like, the part of the story that you're supposed to read. I suppose just don't be a dickhead. A lot of these stories don't really have a point, do they? Alright. The Goose Girl at the Well. This one is probably going to be our last story, chat. And, thankfully for you guys, I think this is the longest story, because this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pages long. Get your goosing ready. Last story, chat. It's time to be a little goose, guys. Can I get a quack in the chat? Can I get a honk? Where's my little gooses? Where are you? I'm kidding. I fucking hate gooses. You guys are evil. Honk. Honk. Capital D colon, dude. What the fuck? Yeah, I like you guys. Honks and betrayal. Oh my god. Don't quack at me. There was once upon a time a very old woman who lived with her flock of geese in a desolate place among the mountains and had a little house there. The house was surrounded by a large forest, and every morning the old woman took her crutch and hobbled into it. There, however, the dame was quite active, more so than anyone would have thought considering her age, and collected grass for her geese, picked all the wild fruit she could reach, and carried everything home on her back. Anyone would have thought that the heavy load would have weighed her to the ground, but she always brought it safely home. If anyone met her, she greeted them quite courteously. "Good day, dear countrymen. It is a fine day. Ah, you wonder what I should drag grass about, but everyone must take this burden on his back." Sorry. Good night, Valor. Nevertheless, people did not like to meet her if they could help it, and took by preference a roundabout way. And when her father with his boys passed her, he whispered to him, "Beware of the old woman. She has claws beneath her gloves. She is a witch." Which is just fucked up. Women that are self-respecting and can do things by themselves? Witch. Impossible. She has to be a witch. Yippee, a witch. One morning, A handsome young man was going through the forest. The sun shone bright, and the birds sang. A cool breeze crept through the leaves, and he was full of joy and gladness. He had as yet met no one when he was suddenly perceived the old witch kneeling on the ground cutting grass with a sickle. She already wrapped a whole load into her cloth, and near it stood 2 baskets which were filled with wild apples and pears. "But good little mother," said he, "how can you carry all of that away?" "I must carry it, dear sir," answered she. "Rich folks' children have no need to do such things. But with the peasant folk, the saying goes, don't look behind you. You will only see how crooked your back is." Ugh, God. Fucking stupid ass quote. No, it's cool. I like it. Smart woman. Shrimping. I think that was a little too close to home. I'm gonna be real with you guys. "Will you help me?" said she, as he remained standing by her. "You have a straight back and young legs still. It would be a trifle to you. Besides, my house is not so very far from here. It stands there on the heath behind the hill. How soon would you bound up there?" The young man took compassion on the old woman. "My father is certainly no peasant," he replied, "but a rich count. Nevertheless, you may see that it is not only peasants who can carry things. I will take your bundle." "If you will try it," said she, "I shall be very glad. You certainly have to walk for an hour, but what's that to you? Only you must carry the apples and pears as well." It now seemed to the young man just a little serious, when he heard of an hour's walk, but the old woman would not let him off, packed the bundle on his back, and hung the 2 baskets on his arm. "See, it's quite light," said she. "No, it is not light," answered the count, and made a rueful face. "Verily, the bundle weighs as heavily as if it were full of cobble stones, and the apples and pears are as heavy as lead. I can scarcely breathe." He had mind to put everything down again, but the old woman would not allow it. "Just look," she said mockingly. "The young gentleman will not carry what I, an old woman, would have often dragged along. You are ready with fine words, but when it comes time to be earnest, you may want to take your heels. Why are you standing loitering there?" she continued. "Step out. No one will take the bundle off again." Damn, she really said skill issue. God damn, woman. As long as he walked on level ground, it was still bearable, but when he came to the hill and had to climb, the stones rolled down under his feet as if they were alive. It was beyond his strength. The drops of perspiration stood on his forehead and ran hot and cold down his back. "Dame," said he, "I can go no further. I want to rest a little." "Not here," answered the old woman. "When we have arrived at our journey's end, you can rest, but now you must go forward. Who knows what good it may do you?" "Old woman, you are becoming shameless," said the count, and tried to throw off the bundle, but he labored in vain. It stuck fast to his back as if it grew there. He turned and twisted, but he could not get rid of it. The old woman laughed at this and sprang about, quite delighted at her crutch. "Don't get angry, dear sir," said she. "You are growing as red in the face as a turkey cock." Oh boy, turkey cock, my favorite. "Carry your bundle patiently, and I'll give you a good present when we get home." "Hi, Shia. Hi, babe. Looking cute today, buddy." What could he do? He was obliged to submit to his fate and crawl along patiently behind the old woman. She seemed to grow more and more nimble, and his burden still heavier. All at once she made a spring, jumped onto the bundle, and seated herself atop of it, and however withered she might be, she was yet heavier than the stoutest country lass. The youth's knees trembled, but when he did not go on, the old woman hit him about the legs with a switch and with stinging nettles. Groaning continually, he climbed the mountain and at length reached the old woman's house when he was just about to drop. Do you think something bad's gonna happen to her or the other guy? When the geese perceived the old woman, they flapped their wings, stretched out their necks, ran to meet her, cackling all the while. Behind the flock walked, stick in hand, an old wench, strong and big, but as ugly as night. "Good mother," says she to the old woman, "has anything happened to you? You've stayed away so long." "By no means, my dear daughter," answered she. "I have met with nothing bad, but on the contrary with this kind gentleman, who's carried my burden for me. Only think, he even took me on his back when I was tired. The way, too, has not seemed too long for us. We have been merry, and I have been cracking jokes with each other all the time." At last the old woman slid down, took the bundle off the young man's back and the baskets from his arm, and looked at him quite kindly and said, Now seat yourself on the bench before the door and rest. You have fairly earned your wages, and they shall not be wanting. Then she said to the goose girl, Go into the house, my dear daughter. It is not becoming of you to go in alone with a young gentleman. One does not pour oil onto the fire. He might fall in love with you. The count knew not whether to laugh or to cry. Such a sweetheart as that, thought he, could not touch my heart, even if she were 30 years younger. In the meantime, the old woman stroked and the old woman stroked and fondled her geese. Yo, anyone up stroking and fondling their geese tonight? Yo, who up stroking they geese? Who up fondling they geese? Anyone up fondling they who up fondling they geese? Any homies stroking they geese tonight? Stroked and fondled her geese as if they were her children. Okay, I take that back. I'd like to cancel everything that was just said. I did not read fast. I did not read further on. And then went to the house with her daughter. The youth lay down on the bench under a wild apple tree. The air was warm and mild, and all sides stretched a green meadow, which was set with cowslips, wild yormy, and 1,000 other flowers. Through the middle of it rippled a clear brook on which the sun sparkled, and the white geese went walking backwards and forwards and paddled in the water. It is quite delightful here, said he, but I'm so tired that I cannot keep my eyes open. I will sleep a little, if only a gust of wind does not come and blow my legs off my body, as for the air's run is tender. When he had slept a little while, the old woman came and shook him till he woke up. Sit up, said she. You cannot stay here. I've certainly treated you harshly, still it has not cost you your life. Of money and land you have no need. Here is something else for you. Thereupon she thrust a little book into his hand, which was cut out of a single emerald. Take great care of it, said she. It will bring you good fortune. The count sprang up, and as he had felt that he was quite fresh, he had recovered his vigor. He thanked the old woman for her present, and set off without even once looking back at the beautiful daughter. When he was already away some off, he still heard in the distance the noisy cry of the geese. I'm kind of confused on where this story is going, but it is fun. For 3 days the count had to wander in the wilderness before he could find his way out. He then reached a large town, and as no one knew him, he was led into the royal palace, where the king and queen were sitting on their throne. The count fell on one knee, drew the emerald book out of his pocket, and laid it at the queen's feet. She bade him rise and hand on the little book. Hardly over, when she had opened it and looked inside, she fell as if dead to the ground. The count was seized by the king's servants and was being led to prison. When the queen opened her eyes, she ordered them to release him, and everyone was to go out, as she had wished to speak with him in private. What? When the queen was alone, she began to weep bitterly and said, Of what use to me are the splendors and honors with what I am surrounded? Every morning I am awake in pain and sorrow. I had 3 daughters, the youngest of whom was so beautiful that the whole world looked on at her as a wonder. When she was as white as snow, as rosy as apple blossom, and her hair as radiant as sunbeams. When she cried, it was not tears that fell from her eyes, but pearls and jewels. When she was 15 years old, the king saw... Is this just trauma dumping on the other guy? What the fuck? The king summoned all 3 sisters to come before his throne. You should have seen how the people gazed when the youngest entered. It was just as if the sun were rising. Then the king spoke, My daughters, I know not at my death. I know not when my last day may arrive. I will take to decide which each of you shall receive at my death. You all love me, but one of you who loves me best shall fare the best. Each of them said she loved him the best. Can you not express to me, said the king, how much you do love me, and thus I shall see what you mean. The eldest spoke, I love my father as dearly as the sweetest sugar. The second, I love my father as dearly as the prettiest dress. But the youngest was silent. Then the father said, And you, my dearest child? How much do you love me? I do not know, and can compare my love with nothing. But her father insisted that she should name something. So she said at last, The best food does not please me without salt. Therefore I love my father like salt. When the king heard that, he fell into a passion and said, If you love me like salt, your love shall also be repaid with you with salt. Then he divided the kingdom between the 2 elders, but caused a sack of salt to be bound on the back of the youngest. And 2 servants had to lead her forth into the wild forest. You motherfucker. He guilt-tripped her, and then when he said salt, they put her down. Let me put my bookmark right here for you. Welcome to the Stream Raiders. My name is PorcelainMaid. I used to be a sexy sack of man meat before I died and my soul got trapped inside the body of a sexier female doll. He and pronouns, but if you're still confused about pronouns of the 21st century, you can think of me as a bisexual's wet dream. Sexy male voice trapped inside of a sexier female doll. I give you a courtesy out of courtesy because I'm elegant as fuck like that. And Raiders, did you know if you follow the stream you can gain 3 extra inches to your dick size? That's right, your dick will go from here to here. Sorry, I'm a little tired. This stream has been making me sleepy. You have a big welcome to the Stream Raiders. Hope you're having a nice night. Thank you for coming by. Hi. I'm reading grim fairy tales to my chat. I hope you enjoy. It's nice and cozy. We're reading the story of the goose girl at the well. Ren, I hope you had a good stream. Big love. Ahem. He had a sack of salt to be bound on the back of the youngest child, and 2 servants had to lead her forth into the wild forest. But yeah, hope you had a good time, Rin. We all begged and prayed for her, said the queen, but the king's anger was not to be appeased. How she cried when she had to leave us. The whole road was strewn with the pearls which flowed from her eyes. The king soon afterwards repented of this great severity, and had the whole force searched for the poor child, but no one could find her. When I think that the wild beasts have devoured her, I know not how to contain myself for sorrow. Many a time I console myself with the hope that she is still alive, and may have hidden herself in a cave, or she has found shelter with compassionate people. But picture to yourself when I opened the little emerald book, a pearl lay inside of exactly the same kind as those which used to fall from my daughter's eyes, and then you can also imagine the sight of it stirred my heart. You must tell me how you came by the pearl. King is a piece of shit, man. Yeah, good stream. Hell yeah, Ren. Can use some story time. Hope you enjoy. Get some nice food and relax. The count told her that he had received it from the old woman in the forest who had appeared very strange to him, and must be a witch, but he had never seen or nor heard of anything of the queen's child. The king and the queen resolved to seek out the old woman. They thought that where the pearl had been, they would obtain news of their daughter. The old woman was sitting in that lonely place at her spinning wheel spinning. It was already dusk, and the log which was burning on the hearth gave a scanty light. All at once there was a noise outside, and the geese were coming home from the pasture and uttering their hoarse cries. Soon afterwards the daughter also entered. But the old woman scarcely thanked her, and only shook her head a little. The daughter sat down beside her, took her spinning wheel, and twisted threads as nimbly as the young girl. Thus they both sat for hours, and never exchanged a word. At last something rustled at the window, and 2 fiery eyes peered in. It was an old night owl which cried, "Hoo!" 3 times. The old woman looked up just a little, and then she said, "Now, my little daughter, it is time for you to go out and do your work." She rose and went out, and where did she go? Over the meadows, ever onward into the valley. At last she came into a well, with 3 old oak trees standing beside it. Meanwhile the moon had risen large and round over the mountain. It was so light that one could have found a needle. She removed skin which covered her face, then bent down to the well and began to wash herself. When she had finished, she dipped the skin also into the water, and then laid it into the meadow, so that she should bleach in the moonlight and dry again. But how the maiden was changed! Such a change that I was never seen before. When the gray mask fell off, her golden hair broke forth like sunbeams, and spread about the mantle over her whole form. Her eyes shone as brightly as the stars in heaven, and her cheeks bloomed as a soft red like an apple blossom. This is grim. But the fair maiden was sad. She sat down and wept bitterly. One tear after another forced itself out her eyes and rolled through the long hair to the ground. There she sat, and would have remained sitting a long time if there had not been a rustling and cracking in the boughs neighboring tree. She sprang up like a deer which was been overtaken by the shot of a hunter. Just then the moon was obscured by a dark cloud. In an instant the maiden had put on the old skin and vanished, like a light shone through the wind. She ran back home, trembling like an aspen leaf. The old woman was standing on the threshold, and the girl was about to relate what had befallen her, but the old woman laughed kindly and said, "I already know all." She led her into the room and lighted a new log. She did not, however, sit down to her spinning again, but fetched a broom and began to sweep and scour. "All must be clean and sweet," she said to the girl. "But mother," said the maiden, "why do you begin work at such an hour? What do you expect?" "Do you know, then, what time it is?" asked the old woman. "Not yet midnight," answered the maiden, "but already past 11 o'clock. Do you not remember, continued the old woman, that it is 3 years today since you came to me? Your time is up. We can no longer remain together. The girl was terrified and said, Alas, dear mother, will you cast me off? Where shall I go? I have no friends and no home to which I should go to. I've always done as you bade me, and you have always been satisfied with me. Do not send me away. The old woman would not tell the maiden what lay before her. My stay here is over, she said to her, but when I depart, house and parlor must be clean. Therefore, do not hinder me in my work. Have no care for yourself. You shall find a roof to shelter you, and the wages which I will give you shall also be content for you. But tell me what is about to happen, the maiden continued to entreat. I tell you again, do not hinder me in my work, and do not say a word more. Go to your chamber, take the skin off your face, and put on the silken gown which you had on when you came to me, and then wait in your chambers until I call you. So I think this old witch took care of the queen's daughter and like made her ugly so no one would bother her. But I must once more tell of the king and queen, who had journeyed forth with the count in order to seek out the old woman in the wilderness. The count had strayed away from them in the woods by night and had to walk onwards alone. Next day it seemed to him that he was on the right track. He still went forward until darkness came, and then he climbed a tree, intending to pass the night there, for he feared that he might lose his way. When the moon illuminated the surrounding country, he perceived a figure coming down from the mountain. She had no stick in her hand, but yet he could see that it was the goose girl, whom he had seen before in the house of the old woman. "Oh-ho!" cried he, "there she comes, and once I get a hold of one of the witches, the other one shall not escape me." But how astonished he was when she fell to the well, took off the skin and washed herself. When her golden hair fell down about her, she was more beautiful than anyone whom he had ever seen in the whole world. He hardly dared to breathe, but stretched his hand as far forward through the leaves as he dared, and stared at her. Either he bent over too far, or whatever the cause might be, the bough suddenly cracked, and at that very moment the maiden slipped into the skin, sprang away like a deer, and as the moon was suddenly covered, disappeared from his eyes. Okay. Hardly had she disappeared before the count descended from the tree, and hastened after her with nimble steps. Had he not been gone long through when he saw in the twilight 2 figures coming over the meadow. It was the king and queen. Oh shit, what happened to my tracking? Ah! Jesus Christ. Who had perceived from a distance the light shining in the old woman's little house, and were going to it. The count told them what wonderful things he had been seen by the well, and they did not doubt that it had been their lost daughter. They walked onwards full of joy, and soon came to the little house. The geese were all sitting round it, and thrust their heads under the wings while they were sleeping, and not one of them moved. The king and queen looked into the window. The old woman was sitting there quietly spinning, nodding her head, and never looked round. The room was perfectly clean, as if the little mist men who carry no dust on their feet lived there. Their daughter, however, they did not see. They gazed at all of this for a long time. At last they took heart, knocked softly at the window, and the old woman appeared to have been expecting them. She rose and called them out quite kindly. "Come in. I know you already." When they had entered the room, the old woman said, "You might have spared yourself the long walk if you had not 3 years ago unjustly driven away your child, who is so good and lovable. No harm has come to her. For 3 years she had to tend to the geese. With them she has learnt no evil, but has preserved her purity of heart. You, however, have been sufficiently punished by the misery in which you have lived." Then she went to the chamber and called, "Come out, my little daughter." Thereupon the door opened, and the princess stepped out in her silken garments, with her golden hair and shining eyes, as if she was an angel from heaven, and entered. Best mom is witch mom. She went up to her father and mother, fell on their necks, and kissed them. There was no help for it. They all had to weep for joy. The young count stood near them, and when she perceived him, she became as red. Why are you falling for the count? I mean, he didn't really do shit, bro. She became as red in the face as moss rose. She herself did not know why. The king said, "My dear child, I have given away my kingdom. What shall I give you?" "She needs nothing," said the old woman. "I give her the tears that she has wept on your account. They are precious pearls, finer than those that are found in the sea, and worth more than your whole kingdom. I give her my little house as payment for her services." When the old woman had said that, she disappeared from their sight. The walls rattled a little, and when the king and queen looked around, the little house had changed into a splendid palace. A royal table had been spread, and the servants were running here and there. The story goes still further, but my grandmother, who related it to me, had partly lost her memory and forgotten the rest. I shall always believe that the beautiful princess married the count, and they remained together in the palace and lived there in all happiness so long as God willed it. Whether the snow-white geese, which were kept near the little hut, were verily young maidens, no need to take offense, whom the old woman had taken under her protection, Whether they now received their human form again and stayed as handmaidens to the young queen, I do not exactly know, but I suspect it. That much is certain. And the old woman was no witch, as people thought, but a wise woman who meant well. Very likely it was she who, at the princess's birth, gave her the gift of weeping pearls instead of tears. That does not happen nowadays, or else the poor would soon become rich. Which is such a bad thing to happen. Who wants the poor to become rich? I don't really know what the moral of the story is. It's just kind of like, you know, don't get greedy or something like that. Like, the king sent away their daughter. It's just like a nice fairy tale. I don't know if there's actually a moral to the story or if it's just a story that's to be told. Sometimes it felt a little all over the place. That being said, men are jackasses. One of the men called them a witch. The count called her a witch. The king sent away her daughter, or sent away his daughter because she didn't love her enough to him. Be kind and you shall be rewarded with kindness. I guess. I mean, I guess you could take that as the moral. It's a little weird either way, you know what I mean? I feel like they're supposed to have morals. But I guess everyone can take out what they will from everything. The only good dad in this entire story was Hansel and Gretel's dad, who actually cared about them. We love Hansel and Gretel's himbo dad. Someone needs to draw that now. Somebody needs to draw Hansel and Gretel's dad, but like himboified. Dilf, 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 dilf. He cares about his children. He actually has morals. The only dad in this entire story that actually had morals. Life was really rough back then. Yeah, I assume, man. Oh, boy. Well, chat, what was your favorite story that we read today? To this time, I still think Cinderella was probably the most competent one, I suppose. It feels like Cinderella was the most competent story that we read. A lot of the other ones were a little confusing and didn't really make sense. Whose was the moral that to do fraud? The fraud one was the devil's sooty brother, I think. No. What was the fraud one? No, the fraud one was Dr. Know-all. Dr. Know-all is the one where it's just like, just be a fraud. Lie until you make it, I guess. Rumpelstiltskin was a good one. Rumpelstiltskin was funny as fuck, but I don't know if it had like a good moral. I think all-encompassing, I like the Cinderella one the most. That being said, I think Cinderella's stepmom and dad should have been treated as if they were criminals and not just the step-siblings. It wasn't bad, though. The dwarf shows no one should touch the beard of of anyone. You did character voices really well? I didn't really do character voices. I just talked at a slightly higher pitch for old women. That was it. But yeah. That was Grimm's Complete Fairy Tales. We didn't read all of them. We read a couple of them, and they're all good. I still think Cinderella was the most... well, the one that made the most sense. You know what I mean? All of them were good, though. I didn't have any problem with any of them. I thought they were all fun. I think it was all lovely. Anyone else a little bit tired now? I feel like it's a little bit sleepy time. I am hungry, so I think this is a good place to stop, and I will send you guys over to somebody else. But maybe I'll do another one at some point. I know you guys like reading. I'll definitely do another Porcelain Radio at some point. I would like to. I don't know. I mean, Porcelain Raiders are fun, you know what I mean? But I've been like bad at scheduling lately. Like I scheduled a Porcelain Radio weeks ago and I just never did it. Cause I'm like, oh, okay, I guess I'll do Porcelain Radio. I would like to do more. And again, Porcelain Radio doesn't mean story time. Porcelain Radio just means talking like this. It may not necessarily be a story, but you could still just get chill talking, basically. It's just like me talking to everyone in a quieter voice than normal. I hope you guys enjoyed. I hope you had a relaxing time. I hope it was a nice time. I hope it was good. Can we have a reading series? I don't know what I would read. I don't, if I am physically allowed to read Halo books, I will read Halo books. If I am physically allowed to read a Halo book, I would read a Halo book. I swear to God, I would. Public domain books. What public domain? You want me to read Hans Christian Andersen next? Or like, what did Hans do? The Little Mermaid. What are the other ones? He's done Dracula? Ooh. Wait, no, he didn't do Dracula. You're just saying to read Dracula. We can read Hans Christian Andersen. I don't mind doing that. Next time we do one. Little Mermaid, Snow Queen, Little Match Girl. Open your reading mind a little bit. I do like reading a lot more. I'll see if I can buy the books. That way I don't have to read off a screen. Because I think reading from the books is nicer. If there's public domain on Hans Christian Andersen tales, I will order it on Amazon and we can read one. I like having the physical books when I read. Even though most of the time when I do read nowadays, it's all like online or through Audible. Not sponsored. Don't give them your money. Okay, maybe you can give them their money. It's nice. I like Audible. Yeah, I'll find the physical books. Oh boy. All right. Thank you guys for watching the stream. Hope you had a good time, okay? This is always nice. It's always nice to just get to relax a little bit more. Even if I don't know if you guys could see me yawning from reading in the middle of the stream. Could you see my model just yawn randomly? I was doing it a couple of times. I was hoping nobody would notice. Every time I yawned, I muted the stream because I didn't want you guys to hear me yawn. I'm trying to keep my viewers, bro. If they sleep, that's not good. You gotta keep these bitches awake. This is basically torture. I'm reading you bedtime stories, but you're not allowed to fall asleep. Alright. Thank you guys for watching the stream. Big love to you. Thank you for coming by. You could have watched anyone, but you chose to watch me today, and that always means a lot to me. As always, I stream 4 days a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you want to see me anywhere else, I have a Discord that is 18 plus only. So if you're 18 plus, you can join the Discord server and get some of the benefits for subs as well if you're a sub. Like occasionally I do Daily Doll Discord streams where I stream for my subs on Discord. I'll play things like Monster Hunter, Honkai, or random other games, whichever I'd like to see. I did Tekken at some point too. So you can go check that out as well if you'd like. As well as there's a doll SMP for Minecraft. So if you want to play Minecraft with some of the other community members, you can join the Discord server for that. And that you don't have to be a sub for. You just have to be 18. As well as a lot of other cool events that happen. As well as go check out my Twitter go check out my Twitter, TikTok, and YouTube. Especially YouTube. I just got word that the date night with Kudaji Ali is done. So we'll be uploading a brand new YouTube video pretty soon. So please check that out. It'll be nice and fun. We'll have an enjoyable time. I'm gonna check it over tonight, make sure there's nothing that needs to be edited. And then hopefully Date Night with Ali will be uploaded before I go out to WeebCon this month. And then not only that, but the other videos that are being worked on are the Invicta Date Night, which is next. And then we also have Slay the Princess with the full body tracking. I know you guys are really excited with that. And then the full body tracking debut. And I hired a brand new editor to work on other videos like the hand cam streams or the date streams, like the Valentine's Day date, which should be coming a video soon too. So a lot more YouTube stuff, as well as go look at my YouTube shorts, man. YouTube shorts has been cucking me lately. Like TikTok is doing better, right? TikTok is giving me viewers again. YouTube shorts has been like going down, and we don't know why. YouTube just doesn't like us right now in the algorithm, but TikTok loves us. I don't know. It's very weird. It goes up and down. It doesn't make sense. So go watch YouTube shorts occasionally. Have a good time with that. But other than that, you can go buy my merch at PorcelainMaid.store. That's right. That's the link. It literally just type in PorcelainMaid.store to get a lot of the other things that I have, like my posters, body pillows, mouse pads, titty and ass mouse pad, charms, stickers. There's also a chat charm, chat cage charm. So go check that out. All right. buy my plushie, yada yada. I have a voice pack if you want to listen to that. That's completely free. You can use that for your stream. And use code GamerMaid for 10% off your order of gamer subs and free shipping on Ironside PCs, which I think is all over the world. I don't know if it's national. I might just be the US. I don't know. Check it out yourself. All right, everybody. I am going to let you guys out, and you guys can go hang out with some other people. Chat, before I raid, did we raid Matara recently? I think we did, right? I can't raid her again. I think we raided her already. Yeah, we did raid her recently. Okay, we're gonna raid somebody else. I'm going to send you on over to... Ooh. Oh, there's a lot of people streaming today. How lovely. Wait, there's so many choices. There's actually a lot of people streaming today. That's so cute. Oh, I don't know who to pick. There's so many people. You know what? Hold on. We're going to raid my friend Tubold. It's Tubold's birthday. Well, it's a little late. His birthday was a while ago, but he's doing a birthday subathon. And chat, he actually just published a book of poems that he wrote himself. So go be nice to him. Go congratulate him on his book. Maybe say happy birthday to him, okay? He's a good dude. He's a flesh tuber. If you like Overwatch, you probably know who Tubold is. He's been in like every salty fish video if you've ever seen, as well as he makes his own videos that are really good. He's a cool dude. He's nice. So go be nice to him. Go give him some love. And you might see me in his subathon at some point, because last night in the middle of the night, he randomly invited me to Helldivers. I almost fucking did it too. I almost fucking did it, dude. I almost joined him. I'm glad you guys enjoyed the stream. Thank you for coming by, and have a good rest of the night. Okay, everyone? Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Tomorrow, we're going to have date night, or we're going to have Porcelain Parlor with Megalodon VT. I'll be wearing my bikini model, and it'll be a lot of fun, okay? Come by tomorrow. Megalodon VT Porcelain Parlor, and then afterwards, we're going to play Tekken, I think. Yeah, I think I'll play Tekken tomorrow. Either Tekken or Monster Hunter Rise if Zeus is free. Okay, homies. Good night, everyone. Sleep well. Bye-bye. Mwah. Thanks for reading with me. It was nice.